call to order the June 3rd City of Southfield City Council meeting being conducted as the committee of the whole. Mrs. Banks, would you please take the roll?
Thank you. Mr. Fricassi?
Here.
Mr. Frazier?
Here.
Ms. Jordan? Here. Mr. Land? Mr. Moss?
Here.
Ms. Seymour? Here. Mr. Stiver?
Here.
We have 7 members present.
We have, our first item is the 2013-14 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. I think this is 37th or 38th plan on Block Grant. At any rate, I will call on Erica Williams and Fred Dorn to make the presentation.
Members of council.
Good evening.
This is actually the 39th year.
Time flies.
The good news for this year is that we did not get the anticipated cuts that we thought we were going to get. So our total allocation is $422,900. The bad news is it is still less than last year because of our program income. And our program income comes from the Southfield Home Improvement Program, payback to loans, and that is just pretty much non-existent at this point. People are not paying back the loans. We've given out more deferred loans than installments, and they're not refinancing. So we can't count on that revolving loan fund. What you have in your packet is the proposals for 2013 and 14, and we're just going to go through what the request and the recommendations are for this year. So for CHOR, which is our staple for seniors, rehab, and home maintenance, the request is $150,000, and the recommendation is $150,000. SHIP entitlement the request is $59,885, and that is the recommendation. SHIP has gone through quite a few changes over the last few years. We've decided to focus on just roofs, furnaces, electrical repairs. The last couple of years, we have slacked off quite considerably on how many houses we completed due to staffing issues, but those have been corrected for this year. And on this year, we're actually, I think they've completed, if I'm not mistaken, 8, and they're on target to complete 15 for the end of this year. So next year, we intend to fully spend this money, as well as there are some monies from previous CDBG allocations, and we'll be tackling that too. So for the SHIP revolving funds, then we're not putting anything there. If we do get some repayments, then we'll put that in and we'll spend that. We're actually obligated to spend that first before we pull down the entitlement money. Rebuilding Together is a very successful program that has worked in conjunction with SHIP and with CHOR for the past 5 years. Their initial request was for $10,000, but they are going to be doing focusing on neighborhood, a more impacted neighborhood state, to do 4 or 5 houses in a row so that you'll see the impact of the neighborhood. So their amended request is $30,000, and that is the recommendation. Code enforcement last year received $56,000, and I believe that they have spent roughly half of that. They are focusing, of course, on the targeted areas, both residential and commercial properties, to clean up that debris. For this year, the request is $35,000, and that's what we recommend. So for the total for housing and public improvement improvements is $274,885. Now, for the public services, the last couple of, this year, last year, and going forward, we've just been focusing on our, the ones that we've had a definite relationship with. That's our in-house emergency relief program, our TOS, Transportation and Southfield Seniors, and Southfield Youth Assistance, SYA. But because of that, because of the cap that HUD puts on how much we can spend, we can't meet their request this year, and they're going down from even what they received last year. So the maximum amount that we can give emergency relief is $20,000. Maximum amount that we can give TOS is $23,435, and SYA $20,000. So the public service total is $63,435, and that is the maximum that we can spend on public services. And then the last part is our administration totals. The total that we can spend is 20%, and our fair housing is a required component of that. So admin will be $83,000, and fair housing $1,580. So that goes through the proposals for this year. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Mr. Perkowski?
Can you explain to me again this rebuilding together?
Rebuilding.
I'm not familiar with that for some reason.
Rebuilding Together relies on volunteer labor groups, and they work on the last Saturday of April. Typically, sometimes it takes a little bit longer, but the bulk of their work is done on that last Saturday in April. And they take volunteer laborers. What we're actually paying for is the materials.
They go out as a gang. Observed it. They go out as a gang with different skill sets and do home renovation.
Tell me, how is this monitored?
Mr. Comerford is here along with two representatives from that particular entity, so he might be able to help.
All right. On this, tell me how it works. You find a home in the neighborhood that needs fixing up, and then you set up skilled individuals to go in and to rehab it?
That's part of it. Basically, it started as a volunteer home repair project for seniors and low-income families. And they've trained teams over the years. We've been getting SHIP money for, I think Eric said 5 years, but before SHIP money came into it, they raised their own money through contributions from local businesses. And so over the years, they actually started in Farmington Hills. They came to Southfield about 2003, and we
Sorry, I interrupt. And those lights are off. If you move the thing this way, that's okay.
And so it expanded. They developed teams from volunteer groups, from churches, from businesses, and over the years these teams have been highly developed and become highly skilled. And we also have the ability to pull in licensed contractors and trade people who come in and help. So it's a large group of people who work throughout the county. Last year we did 7 houses and 8 houses in Southfield. The year before we did 10. We've done probably over 60 houses during when they first showed up in Southfield. So very productive. We search people out through churches, door-to-door, references, just chore has been a big help in getting in senior citizens type program too. So what we're doing this year is, instead of having 10 houses scattered throughout the city, we want to take several blocks, and we're looking at the John Grace area to do that, and really make a big impact in that area. for the neighborhoods. And we've tried this in Pontiac, and, what is it, 3 years in Pontiac?
Right.
And Jerry McKay, he's the president of Rebuilding Together. Al Kiskowski is the executive director, and they can be a little bit more specific about what happened in Pontiac. But it's been an exciting program to see whole neighborhoods turned around in a day. And this is a one-day program. There's some jobs, some part of it that we start early because the magnitude of the project. So if we're going to be doing a roof, that takes more than a day. We want to get that done before the volunteers show up, and other things that we do. So it's going to be an exciting thing. We'd like to canvass the neighborhood in the John Grace area, maybe do a survey of the neighborhood as to what they would like to see in their neighborhood. What do they need on their property done? Is there a dead tree that needs to be cut down? Is there a ramp that they need? And gather information. We want to bring these people together, have some meeting, and promote it as a city and Rebuilding Together program that's just focused in their area.
The $30,000, what would that be used for, basically materials?
Materials, yep.
That's what Southfield pays for, is materials, or if we have contractors that will be helping. We hope to expand with the extra money, basically serving a whole neighborhood. We'll look at all the properties in that neighborhood, not just those that are homeowners, but even rental properties. In this neighborhood, there's like 25% of the properties don't have much landscaping, if any, in front of their houses. That's because a lot of them are rentals. But we have an agreement with the rental, we are in with the rental association, and they love to have us improve their properties too, and it improves the whole neighborhood, obviously. But for example, with the neighborhood concept, we'll go through the whole neighborhood. There's 2 dead trees sitting there right now on Nagami, for example, right on the front of the street, that we'll take those down. And we'll look at dangerous limbs throughout the neighborhood, for example. We'll look at attic insulation throughout the neighborhood, energy efficiency in the homes. So it's more of a neighborhood concept instead of looking and helping a homeowner here and a homeowner over there. We'll look at the whole neighborhood with the expanded money, and we'll have more contractor resources to help us.
Sure. For the record, would you state your name and
Jerry
business
McKay,
address?
President of Rebuilding Together, Oakland County.
And your business address?
The business address is 31700 West 12 Mile, Suite 201,
In South
Farmington Hills.
Farmington.
Jerry, for example, how many roofs could you do? How many homes could you really help out in like, what is it?
We anticipate,
Last day in April, is it a one-day thing?
right, but with this type of project, we also bring in a lot more volunteers and resources. But we would anticipate helping at least 30 homeowners in that area. And there's one, for example, vacant lot on Indian Street at 8 Mile. There's nobody there, but it needs cleaning up. So we'll do things like that.
To explain it also, what we do is we bring a lot of,
Your name and-
Al Kiskowski, Executive Director, Rebuilding Together of the county, same address. We'll bring in businesses and large businesses, folks that we'll talk with Lear, we'll bring with Charter One, who's with us already, other businesses here locally. They will challenge their employees to work with us, through us, with the city, and help the residents. So we'll bring in large amounts of volunteers. Sometimes, in Pontiac, we brought in 400 to about 450 at one time within the area. What also happens is we include the area residents in the program. So sometimes when you're looking at your home and you're wondering how you're going to get that work done, and all of a sudden 30 people show up to help you out, you can get the job done now. And so it generally grows within the local community. It's very exciting, and the funds that you bring to us, we use for materials and items we need, We also bring in we've always brought in additional money from throughout the community through our fundraising efforts to supplement the funds that are spent here.
We should mention the Eaton Corporation pays for our overhead, for example.
Yeah.
Our insurance, we have to insure all our volunteers. Southfield doesn't pay for things like that, T-shirts, we don't charge you for T-shirts. We have paid staff like Al, but Eaton Corporation pays for our administrative overhead.
Okay. We have a get-together before you all go out.
Yes.
Right.
And I know I was one at Eaton, I wasn't putting two together. Yes. That's all, Mr. President.
Ms. Gordon?
Councilman Picasso's original question, we actually enter into a contract with any of these sub-entities. So the city will have a contract that has very specific performance measures as part of the community development block grant. But last year's amount was $10,000. There'll probably be threefold in the performance measures in that contract. And what I get here is for every dollar we put into the organization, at least another $4 comes back into the community. They did mention Section 31, the John Grace neighborhood, and that's a later topic that'll come up tonight. It's a very focused effort in infrastructure investment within Section 31.
My question, I think it's a great idea, and glad that we're part of it, but how is John Grace selected? Did he work with code enforcement? And I know there's a scale in terms of where the funds can go. But how was John Grace identified?
Well, it just happens to be one of the tired-looking areas in the city. There's smaller homes, and they look like they need to work. I mean, and we've been doing houses throughout the community that spread apart, but because of the success we've had in Pontiac, we want to try this here in Southfield and see if we can make a big change down there that maybe could turn it around. I don't know if it's going to get that successful, but if it's a good thing and it works really good, we can try it in another area, but it really needs work.
That's the only question I have for them, but I do have a question for Erica. I want to go back to the SHIP revolving fund. Exactly how many dollars have been put in to the SHIP revolving funds that we have not received back, the loans that we've given out, but the money that has not come back in?
The last, for the 2012, 2013, we do that exercise each year and see how many outstanding loans we have. So I believe the number is somewhere around $400,000 that we've put out, and then we haven't received those. So if we collected from those and those people were still living in those, then that $400,000 we could collect.
So what do we do to recoup those funds? Is it just...
Well, a lot of them are deferred loans, so they don't become...
We have liens on homes.
Yeah, we have liens on the home.
When the house sells or someone dies.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moss?
Yeah, but also a question for Erica. When you talked about how the good news is that it hasn't been declining in what we had any more than we had anticipated. And I have a question. Is there just an assumption that year after year after year it's just going to decline? And then at what notice do you get that these funds are declining? And how do you tell the agencies when they put in their request, be realistic with what we have? You're not going to get what you want.
Yeah, for the last 4 or 5 years, it's been a steady decline. And then the sequestration, they gave us a notice that it would be a 5% decline. But I don't know how it all washed out, but we're actually getting, a few $1,000s more than last year. And it's higher
That
than
would be an
that.
adjustment in the budget because the number we used, but early on, it was
It was
very
a 10%,
ominous.
yeah.
And so we used a very cautious number.
Mhm.
And so we'll be adjusting block grant up to the final budget to match.
And we still don't have the final number from the Detroit Field Office. The number that we have was pulled off the HUD national website. And
But HUD, I did call our rep, and they're saying that that's a good number.
that's a good number, okay. I'm still a little nervous.
Just to put this in perspective, there were years where we were close to 1.5 million
Yeah.
with the revolving funds and the community development block grant. So this is cutting two-thirds.
That's right.
Then also, about 5 years ago, we probably almost lost CDBG altogether because they were going to move it out of HUD into Department of Commerce.
Right.
And then it would disappear.
Right.
That's one.
Yep.
And Mr. Frazier?
Yes, I have some questions about the rebuilding. Just a curious question. Why are we putting money into rental homes?
We won't put money into rental.
Will you?
What we'll do is we'll rally the renters, the rental owners to come in and help during the workday and fix up their properties with us. We might provide some volunteers, but we won't provide direct funding to them.
Okay, I misunderstood what you said, because I thought you
No, a lot
do
of it is to rally them around us, get them to work with us, let them know that this is a great deal. If we have multiple hands on site, we can get things done for them, with them, but we're not gonna go fix up the roof.
Yeah, well, I would hope not, and especially since we have seniors or
Correct.
People with disabilities that could use those same dollars.
Yeah.
This sounds a lot like the old Paint the Town.
Sounds a lot like it.
Yeah.
We do a lot more than paint that.
Right, because I was involved in Paint the Town, where they paint up and cut the bushes and stuff like that, but not to repair the homes. Some repair, porches and things like that. Is this a different program than, a few years ago, we had some folks that, and I believe it was on Midway or someplace off of Gloucester, halfway between 8 and 9 Mile, that they were going to build several new homes in there. Is this something different?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Here's Jared.
Is that,
That was a group called Life Remodeled, and they're still very active. They couldn't make it work when they wanted to, and due to the properties that we had, they couldn't get clear title on them.
okay.
And so they refocused to another area, but and this year they're doing big things in the church.
Okay, so this is a different program?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. And I do have a question for Erica, and it's similar to the one that Councilwoman Jordan asked, and that is, if I heard you correctly, there are some folks that are not paying back their SHIP loans?
No, they're not paying because they're deferred loans, but that we do.
That we're up to date on anybody that owes us money?
Well, there's some installment loans that are still outstanding, and so we're in the process of changing those to deferred loans. Most of those people can't afford to make payments, which is why they stop.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard, that
Mhm.
they have stopped paying. How much of that money is outstanding?
That's much less, and it's in that total. Within that total of 400,000. So I'd say maybe 120,000. We only have about 10 total of installment loans.
So am I understanding you correctly, we're behind what we would have expected by about $125,000 if everyone would have paid on time?
No, that's the total principal and interest amounts that are out there. So of those 10 loans that we have, the total amount of those are roughly $120,000. But those payments their monthly payments are usually, $40,000 or $50,000. So we may be out $4,000 or $5,000 for the year.
Oh, so if everybody would have paid when they were supposed to, we'd have about $4,000 more to put back into the revolving.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's what I was trying to get sorted out in my own mind.
Okay.
And that's it.
Ms. Jordan, you have another question?
Yeah, there was a decrease in the code enforcement fund, and I'm not sure, we did not use everything needed for code enforcement.
No,
That's one of our,
Yeah, so they received 56,000 in this go-around, for this year, 12 to 13. They're requesting 35,000 for next year. So we're giving them what they requested. I guess they're gonna spread the rest of that 56. They've used half of it. So they have until, the end of July to spend that money, and then the new money will be 35,000. No, I won't go.
So they actually got more.
35 additional.
They have actually more this year than they did last year.
Because they've got half of 56,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
27,000 plus 35.
Can we make sure that it's used, after each
Oh, yeah,
holiday?
what they have is they have, some summer, they have some summer help,
That's
summer
primarily
youth,
what these-
and
They-
that's primarily what they're doing.
Primarily, they use theirs in the summertime. That's when they get their help.
And I would make a suggestion, when you're picking a neighborhood again for, building together, that, you look at, Melrose, off of Evergreen, and the Halen, Avon. There are a lot of really distressed houses, blue parks, everything. As well as, some that have been vacant for a long, long time in that area.
Okay, we will.
Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay, all right, council, this item will come back to, for a vote on June 17th, 2 weeks from tonight. I need a consensus this evening that we're in support of this plan, Mr. Gordon.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, you have a consensus, thank you. All right, we're moving on to a request for authorization to join the Oakland County Home Consortium. And we have two people here to speak tonight, Carrie Reese and Gordon Lambert. I'd like to call you up. And state your name and business address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Carrie Reese.
Use the microphone.
My name is Carrie Reese, and I work for Oakland County at 250 Elizabeth Lake Road, Huntington, Michigan.
Gordon Lambert from the Chief of Operations for the division, and same address, please.
Good evening. We're here to talk to you about an opportunity to complement all of your home improvement initiatives that are ongoing in the city of Southfield. Over the years, HUD has offered a program called the Home Investment Partnership Tax Program, which is short for HOME, and they have developed a tool that allows communities that have not heretofore been eligible to receive the home dollars to form what's called a consortium with a lead entity for us to glean home dollars in Oakland County to provide home improvements very similarly to what you're used to seeing in the city of Southfield already. So beginning with program year 2014, which is the July start date, we're proposing and requesting that the city join the Oakland County Home Consortium to allow your residents to begin applying for home improvement assistance based on income qualification. It's a great program. Gordon and I have been in the business with Oakland County combined years of over 74 years. So we have a lot of experience in home improvement programs. Oakland County currently handles over 250 home improvement jobs a year. So we have a well-established program, and we would like the city of Southfield to join us and have that opportunity as well.
Carrie, could you emphasize a little bit, since we're fortunate that you don't have to stay and listen to a whole bunch of presentation, but you'll hear about how many employees that were down over the years. And can you let us know about the administrative duties and how they're handled through Oakland County?
Sure.
As opposed to us having to have a role.
Recall I said that there's a lead entity involved. When we form a home consortium under HUD's federal rules, The lead entities can perform all of the administrative duties associated with implementing the home improvement program. And that's exactly what Oakland County will do from cradle to grave, from intake and eligibility to inspecting the home, writing specifications, dealing with the lead issues, bidding the work out to pre-established and certified lead abatement contractors, paying the contractors, and closing the jobs to the homeowner's satisfaction. So we will do all of the HUD reporting on behalf of the partnership, the consortium. We will take all of that administrative responsibility. It would be seamless to the city, other than helping us establish a marketing plan for how we can best reach the clientele that can be eligible to apply for the program.
And the program would begin July 1 of 2014, but the steps that are necessary to have us be part of the consortium need to be undertaken now before June 30th. So that's why it's on the agenda now, even though the program officially would start July 1, 2014.
Right, and this helps Washington ready themselves for the next fiscal year period so that they know what communities are going to form a home consortium and how to allocate those monies. Typically, the monies currently are going to the state on behalf of communities that don't meet the threshold to receive dollars on their own, and this is a tool for HUD to redirect those monies from the state back to Oakland County to work on your behalf here.
I noticed that virtually every community in Oakland County is listed in your green brochure.
For the home improvement program.
Yeah, and we're not.
Yeah.
Also, is there a charge for this? Is there a fee that the city is?
No, when you join the home consortium, there will be a federal formula that generates funds based on Southfield's data, and that will be included in the annual allocation that Oakland County receives. So we will be using 10% of those funds for administrative fees for the county to implement the program.
The consortium is a different approach than some of these communities that are listed.
Yes, those communities are communities that participate with Oakland County under the urban county umbrella, which is not the same as an entitlement community such as Southfield or Farmington Hills or the City of Royal Oak, who can receive HUD funds, CDBG funds on their own. And that's why you see those communities listed. And we're getting new partners to join to access home improvement through the home consortium. Communities that typically are not listed.
Farmington Hills and Royal Oak are doing what we're doing now, and Waterford Township just.
Correct.
And Pontiac joined us last year for this year.
Are there any questions from the council? Mr. Frazier?
Yeah, my question is, this program has been going on, why are we a year late getting into it?
Oakland County had not established a home consortium in the past until Pontiac joined our community development block grant program. Heretofore, we hadn't worked with HUD in terms of consortium. Oakland County was called a participating jurisdiction, and we received home funds on behalf of the 53 communities that we typically would work in, and Southfield was receiving other dollars on their own, but not party to the county's program. So we learned about the home consortium, perhaps a day late, dollar short, as you say, but now we know it exists, and we want you to be included.
However, the consortium is just forming.
Yes.
I mean, we're in the initial stages.
No.
With Royal Oak.
So it's been out there, but even Oakland County didn't know about it. I thought Oakland County knew about it.
No, not the
but-
consortium, right.
This was tied to when Pontiac got an emergency manager and they lost community development block grant authority. That's when Oakland County got involved in this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, in the write-up here, I read it someplace where it said that the cities have to be geographically contiguous.
Yeah. What does that mean?
Well, what it means to me is they got to touch each other. But Southfield and Farmington Hills is okay, but Southfield and Royal Oak is not okay.
What HUD considers to be contiguous jurisdiction is in the realm of Oakland County's participating jurisdiction. So anyone within the boundaries of Oakland County would be considered a contiguous body.
Big government speak.
It is.
It is.
It's a federal definition.
Only Fred understands all this.
13 in Greenfield, you are.
One side is rural, one side is
Southfield, yeah.
Sir, we asked the very same question and got the response.
Wayne County formed one in 2006. The county was the lead agency. This is a better deal than Taylor, Livonia, Redford Township. They have all of the administrative responsibility. There we have some of it, not all of it. But this actually is a better deal when you read the interlocal agreement than what was set up. I think Dearborn was in there. Historically, Southfield did get some money from the state. They had to make direct application to the state. In Erica, there were a few years we did. But you may recall when we did the Meadowcrest apartment deal, home dollars were in that deal. The state has been giving that money and trying to get as much of it in Southfield as possible. Hasn't always hit. And then some of the community housing community network out of Troy. I know they've gotten home dollars for projects they've done in Southfield as well. But this, in my opinion, is the best chance to make these dollars hit locally, and it'll put current funding levels about another $159,000 for home improvement in Southfield.
Okay, now I have a couple of other questions. One is, can a Southfield resident qualify for both SHIP and OCHC?
Yes.
Well, you gotta be careful. Well, we've got to work some of these things out with you, because typically, our program is a loan program, very, very similar to yours. It's a zero-interest deferred lien program. So, but we also have to have equity in the house. We do make some circumstances where if there's a roof problem, a plumbing problem, a furnace problem, and a sewer problem, we make exceptions for the equity requirement because they're so essential to the structure. But we would have to work with this. This is a partnership. This is not Oakland County being the bully, okay? This is a partnership, and we will have to work some of those items out, because typically our program is $18,000 for a contract with a $2,000 contingency. We do make exceptions for lead, and so I don't know how much equity is in a house. I don't know how much the city of Southfield wants to put into one house. For example, I can remember specifically in one house in the city of Pontiac, we got bids back for $139,000 to fix up one house.
Is that the whole block?
No. This was a historical house. So forgive me, but I'm not going to give you a specific answer. Certain things have got to be worked out, but again, the equity situation, and I don't know if we want to be putting a lot of money in very few houses or try to spread it out over a larger, get more impact.
We've got a year to work these things out.
Yes, there's growing, there will be growing pains.
And they'll be comparing and contrasting the two programs to see how they can fit together without violating any federal rules along the way.
There will need to be an alignment. I would envision this even going to the Neighborhood Services Committee as we review our SHIP rules. I like what the county has in their rules relative to the equity position. We have similar language, but I think we can get things, a realignment of our program to match, and we'll need to specifically speak to if someone has already received assistance from us, can they go, and we'll hammer those details out, and I imagine we'd probably take it to Neighborhood Services.
Well, since it's two governments, it might go to the legislature.
Conference committee?
Sounds good.
The other question, and I guess based on that answer, I might not get an answer on this, but, and that is, will OCHC be the first choice and SHIP be the second choice for our people, or?
The only thing I'll take a shot at that. The only thing that I'm going to say to you is our program has always been and will continue to be whoever first come, first serve. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
We do not take phone calls from council persons. We do not take calls from mayors. It is strictly a first come, first serve program, and however that works.
I think a marketing strategy will help us determine who comes to which programs. There may be nuances between the programs that they don't clone one another, where we can help a homeowner with one item where your program may not be able to, that kind of, compare and contrast. Certainly, you have spending performance requirements, and our job is not to take meeting those performance requirements out from underneath you. You want to make sure that you can comply with spending first.
Well, if I were a homeowner and I needed some work on my home, if I was a qualified homeowner for this, and I had to borrow money, would I rather borrow money at zero interest or low interest? So I would, I would go to.
Our interest is in getting the houses fixed.
Yeah,
That's our, and we have intake and eligibility coordinators that review every application. We have technicians with many years of experience that write specific specs, work with the homeowner to develop specs. We bid to 6 contractors that are on our list that are lead abatement contractors, and they're insured and they're state certified. We monitor the job from the beginning to the end. We make sure that the contractor does what he is supposed to do when he's supposed to do it, and we make sure that the homeowner is satisfied with the work. And we monitor. We are also the fiduciary, that there are no monies exchanged between the homeowner and the contractor. Once the job is 60% complete, we will make if it's requested, a payment to the contractor for 50%. When the job is completely finished and inspected by the city of Southfield, we work with your building department. We are not inspectors, we are technicians. Your building department calls the shots of what they want and what they don't want. And once all the paperwork is in and the homeowner signs off that they received the work and they approve the work, then we make the last payment to the contractor.
Okay.
And I just want to add that there are other communities that will be partners in the Home Consortium who also operate CDBG-funded home improvement programs. So we'll be making every effort to coordinate the two programs.
So I can say there's more to come.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Seymour?
Yeah, I'm reading these brochures that you passed out, and the services that are provided, I think, are outstanding. I'm very impressed. How does that meet into this? When we become a part of this, these are available to all Oakland County residents, these services, is that correct? If they qualify by age, income, or whatever. Is that true?
We're talking just about the home improvement brochures we have in your hands right now. Right now, only 53 communities in Oakland County, those residents are eligible to apply for the program. That excludes Southfield currently, in Waterford and Royal Oak and Farmington Hills, although Waterford did approve to come into the home consortium.
So if we were in the consortium, these would?
Yeah, and what we'll do, we will clone, we don't make any separation between our CDBG funded and our home funded activities and home improvement. We clone them, so everybody receives the same service. We operate the program identically, regardless of funding source.
So just to recap, these are available to our residents if Southfield joins the consortium. I think these are fantastic.
But I do need to point out that the housing counseling services are currently available. Our housing counseling grants allow us to work outside of our 53 communities. In fact, we've served many Southfield residents in trying to help them save their homes from foreclosure.
And these services are amazing because if people are, I doubt that a lot of people are aware of them, maybe they should be. It addresses a lot of things. Not just, I don't mean just the repair, but I'm talking about the assistance on how to make a decision about what you should be doing, and then how to get the help you need. This is very impressive. Go ahead.
One of the things that we supplement with the housing counseling, if we find a homeowner that doesn't have taxes that are paid, what's one of the requirements? We have housing counselors that are now assisting that homeowner to get their taxes paid through the Step Forward program in the state of Michigan. So once we find out that there is a situation with a homeowner where a housing counselor could be a benefit to that individual or that homeowner. The staff works together and they make a recommendation to the housing counselor, and there is contact made with the housing counselor and the homeowner to address some of their needs. So it is the objective is to make sure that the homeowner is in the house and stays in the house and the taxes are paid and the house meets the City of Southfield requirements for building.
If I may continue, you talked about that one of the items is modify mortgage payments with your lender to prevent foreclosure, afford and improve a vacant foreclosed home to live in. These are all things that could help with this bad economy. And people don't always know where to turn. So now, I mean, it's news to me that all these services are available because we get complaints all the time for help that we can't necessarily provide. So, I mean, some of our people may know all this, John Lomas, some of our people or department heads may know, but we don't all know this. So.
Our housing counselors are probably the best in the state of Michigan.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Good to know. Go ahead.
Mr. Moss.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off of that, because I think Councilman Sino brings up a good point that, you know, a lot of the times people don't know that these programs exist. You find that you have a backup, you can say it's first come, first served. I worked in Lansing, and it was amazing that, you know, people would call with all sorts of issues and problems for the state representative, but there were definitely places that they could go to get them resolved. So how do you get the word out there? Do you find that this is a program that people are taking advantage of? Do you do your promotion? Do you have the cities as an expectation to do our promotion of this? What has your relationship been like with other communities?
We do the promoting in-house, and we work on the guidance of communities if they have special needs, if they have senior groups, if they have a targeted population that they would like us to focus on. We've found very successful one-on-one mailings, direct mailings to houses. As anybody can guess, you know, people love free money, they love grants. Because we're a lien program, because we're a loan program, some people will shy away from that and won't take advantage. So although we're working in 53 communities and doing about 2 to 250 houses a year, we don't have a waiting list right now. We're maximizing all the funding that we have, so we don't have a waiting list. So this will help generate more money to continue to help people, and there will be no limits put on Southfield residents. First come, first served. If there are 50 people first in line and get all of the supporting documentation to us, and we can proceed on down the line to get contracts for them, then those people will be served first.
Okay, well, we'll have to partner with you to make sure that you get to the right agencies in Southfield to get the information out there.
Mr. Conklin.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, do you work with Sue Cuevas in Southfield? Do you know the name?
No, I do not.
Not yet, we're not in.
Right.
No, but I'm just wondering,
We know Erica and Jared very well.
Yeah, but we
Harold
have-
makes referrals.
He was there, yeah. But he'll be one of the people that's involved.
And that's one of the, Harold makes, I know he makes referrals to housing counseling.
I'm sure he does.
I mean, that's what Human Services does, they're one of that first points of contact.
I know our treasurer also has promoted the counseling program.
Our housing counselors work very, very closely with Mr. Meisner, the treasurer, and when there are tax problems and tax situations, our housing counselors work hand in glove with Mr. Meisner to either develop a payment plan or try to address specific situations on a one-to-one. And by the way, all these consultations are strictly confidential. We are a HUD-certified housing counseling agency, and under such guidance, we cannot divulge specifics. So you may not know specifics, and you probably will never know, but if you refer, they go in the door, but we don't advertise what comes out.
But I think the beauty of the Home Consortium and partnering with the City of Southfield is really to expand the capacity for Southfield residents to improve their homes and maintain the housing stock here. I think that's the critical piece.
All right, council, this item will come back on the 17th, but this evening I'd ask for a consent that we're going to support this on the 17th. Ms. Jordan?
Absolutely, but I would like to know if there's any way that you could possibly do a mailing to the nonprofits and the churches that are in this area to let them know
For
this program is available.
housing counseling,
Yes,
or...
all the services that you offer.
Yes, the only thing that we can't do yet is to impart the information on the home improvement program because it won't begin until July of next year. But we will have a ready marketing plan, ready to go. We won't start planning, July 1st. We'll have everything ready to go July 1st to put everything in. The mail and contact all of the agencies you're talking about and make sure everybody knows. And, all of that preemptive work is critical.
Okay, thank you.
We would solicit your cooperation with us in providing us with a mailing list or some way of getting the information to the organizations that you're concerned with.
Could I just share for a moment? I'm with Southfield Youth Assistance. I just want to say that many of the nonprofit organizations and service organizations know about the resources that Oakland County has to offer. Maybe not this specific with Southfield, but basically we refer to Oakland County all the time, also to Community Housing Network. Anyone that has a social work background probably might not know the minute details, but would know the phone number of how to pass someone along. And I can't speak for Sue, but I'm pretty sure their office would be aware of a lot of this stuff.
I'm speaking mostly of churches that may not have a social worker on staff, but have a congregation that may need to use.
We can provide that. We have a list. All right, I'm trying to get a consensus here. So, yes, yes.
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 And I say yes. Okay. We're good to go for the 17th of June.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, we're going to go on to number 3. And Mr. Surratt, this is authorization to proceed with Section 31 water main project. In my memo to you last week, I made the assumption that this is coming out of next year's budget, and Mr. Surratt called me to say, well, the good news is that this expenditure is actually coming out of this year's budget, that we have enough money left.
This is true, and it's why I'm introducing this project, and then we have people here with the expertise. We have engineering, public works, folks here if there are questions on the project itself. But primarily, what's key is that we want to get this financial arrangement established. When we went to put together the 13-14 budget, this was originally submitted, and it was my hope that we could get it going this year, but we weren't sure because some of the accounting rules changed with regard to proprietary funds, which is what the water fund is. So I researched it. We can indeed earmark 12-13 monies for this. We want to get started on it immediately. We have, this is a large project in Section 31, and we have done a lot of discussion of this because it's a frequent water main break problem, and we have established that because of water sales and retained earnings within the water fund, that we can absorb this within the existing 12-13 budget. So what we'd like to do is get consensus to move forward simply to earmark the monies, and then we will come back with, of course, with contracts and all of the other things that are necessary for a large project of this nature. That's why I'm up here before you. However, if we want to discuss the project in its broadest form, we do have Mr. Bowski here, and we also have Lee Schultz here from an engineering perspective, as well as Fred Zorn, who's very familiar with the project as well, because we were all together in discussing this originally back 3 or 4 months ago. So that's...
Council have any questions? Yes,
Yeah, to engineering and to Mr. Bowski, on these projects that go through these residential neighborhoods, I see the one that I mentioned to you up there in Greenfield and 12 Mile Road, if you can hear me, Council. And what happens, they put in the work, and then the repairs on the road don't get done right away. And I just talked to Mike the other day, someone called on Edward Street, and they're going to redo Edward Street from Greenfield to Vandenberg School, where it's all tore up. And all those intersections have been tore up, how long, Michael?
Since January.
Yeah, January. So it's just difficult for people to live under those conditions. So I'd like to make sure this is really monitored and that, and the cleanup is done, and everybody's really on top of it, and the reconstruction of the roads if necessary, whatever they're gonna do is done, and get in and get out. You know.
We can schedule the contract a couple different ways. We can either go ahead and do all the water main at one time and then come back and do the roads, or we can do the water main and do the roads, finish it up to a certain point, which the roads would be a fit and finish type where they could drive on them, and possibly then come back in the spring and finish up the rest of the neighborhood, if that's what council would like.
Mr.
I'd like to have it done in Mike's experience enough to know that, and we talked about it, there's nothing worse than people working in a neighborhood and they just are lost as to when are they going to be in and out of here, and when can we get the dust off of our cars and driveways and whatever. And that's a real, concern to residents. And I just, whatever can expedite these projects, I guess you know better than I do. I just would like to make sure that we get in, get out, and get everything put in place.
Share your concern about Edwards. There was loose gravel filled in, that came out,
They're gonna do
really a mess for
They're
a
gonna do a
long
whole
time.
reconstruction, Mike told me.
Right,
So,
but it is a
done by,
long.
it'll be done by August, Mike?
Yes.
Wow, so we're talking 8 months.
Yeah, it will be, yeah.
All right, point taken. Ms. Jordan?
Yeah, I just, looking at the map that's here, the dark lines indicate where the sewer is going to be laid.
Water main.
The water main is going to be laid. So along 8 Mile, will there be sidewalks torn up and?
No, 8 Mile portion is going to actually be a lining project along with Shiawassee. So that will not be an open cut as like a normal construction project. This will be the lining. 8 Mile and Shiawassee will be actually a lining project that you guys have approved in the other budgets, where we come in and we do a 12-inch or 14-inch water main. We give the people water through a small 4 to 6 inch line until the lining is completed.
I'm just wondering in terms of using this as an opportunity to put an entrance marker or something very decorative on that corner since we're going to, well, at this point, we're not going to be tearing up sidewalk.
Correct.
Correct. But I think we can just do something nice, stand here, we can allocate.
At 8 Mile in Inkster,
At 8 Mile and Inkster.
that's something we can take a look at.
That's where the tire shop is, or oil shop?
The oil change shop. That's
Yeah.
what- There's not a whole lot, there's not a lot of room there, but there's
Make
maybe,
notes, though.
maybe something we can
See what we
possibly
can
do.
do.
Yeah, just something we can do there.
Could be maybe possibly a sign with some low ground cover or something to that effect.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Mr. Craig.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Perkassi about the getting in, getting out. Also, it seems like whenever there's a construction job, the job is done. The signs are tipped over tight. Nobody cleans up afterwards. And that always bugs me.
I know.
Carol?
Yeah, barrels and signs don't get picked up so that it, the fit and finish on it is just lacking.
Okay.
The other thing, we talked about this several years ago, about during the construction, having a sign that says, these are your tax dollars at work, or, to let people know that we're doing stuff.
We're not just annoying them.
That's right. Yeah. So I don't know if that's a possibility or not. but-
That's definitely a possibility. We can put it up at the different intersections. We can put it up along 8 Mile, we can put it up
Yeah,
along
I
Shiawassee.
don't spend all the money up with
No,
signs.
we do have signs on
This is exactly
for
why
that.
we're here now. This is a complex project. We want as much time as possible, and when we come back with any contracts, we will have at least these 3 items, and fit and finish is huge. And coordination with any street work is also very important. So we'll be addressing these as part of any contract we bring back.
Yeah, make sure there aren't any heritage rose bushes.
Don't worry, I'll make sure.
All right, yes, Ms. Stevens.
I just want to say, comment about Mr. Frazier's, your tax dollars at work. I think we should do that. I mean, we haven't done it for a long time because people are always complaining that this is bad, that's bad. This is saying, look, here, I love that idea. We should do it, and whatever step we can do it.
We can do it.
Without spending all the money.
You're not gonna spend all the money, we can do it.
This is actually your water fee capital dollars at work.
That's
Well,
correct.
But it's tax dollar. I mean,
That makes it, that says it in a way people
Public revenue.
understand. Right.
Public revenue.
Well, one of the things is that people are complaining all the time about, we pay all these high tax dollars, you know,
What do we get for it?
Yeah, what do we get for it?
No, people are complaining, period.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But they do complain about these things that aren't, like the road is bad or something like that, and this is something they may not necessarily know because it's hidden, but to say your tax dollars at work, that's a positive statement, because they're always saying, what do I get for my taxes, It's a great idea, we used to do that, or others used to do it.
This item will go on the 17th of June as well, so I'll do a quick round on consensus.
Do
Mr.
we
Perkowski?
need to add on this?
Not right now.
Mr. Perkowski?
Yes, I was just checking, making sure that because it's this year's budget,
As long as you guys approve the expenses, we can go ahead and.
Yeah, I checked with the auditors. We can earmark it as long as it's done by the end of this
Okay.
fiscal. So we're good.
Mr. Lance?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's an election year.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, we have
In fact, I was working in my
a green light here. Mr. Charette, we have a green light.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 4.
I'll introduce this as well. Again, we have experts here. We have Lee Schultz, Fred Zorn, and Mike Kowalski. They can all address any concerns with this. This is a project that's primarily funded by federal dollars. This is a 9-mile road project that will be coordinated with the demolition of the Ramada. Again, this is why the timing is important and why we have it on this particular agenda. The federal aid share is $1.2 million, and the city share $259,000, and the DDA will be chipping in $88,700 for decorative, or can you help me with?
Decorative sidewalks, or decorative
crosswalks.
crosswalks.
So that's basically the project. The DDA has to vote on that piece, but we're pretty sure that they will proceed along those lines. If they do not, then that would be removed. That piece would be removed from the final project. Again, we're looking for consensus here, and this would come back to council on the 17th.
Any question from council? Yes.
Again, we have the piece of property with the Ramada Inn in this same area. I think we ought to maybe decide what we're going to do with that piece of property along 9 Mile Road before we put sidewalks in and decide that maybe that's not what we want to do. We ought to have at least an overview of what we would like to do along there.
There's no actual sidewalk.
Pardon me?
There's no actual construction of sidewalk on this project.
I thought it
Except
said
crosswalk.
It's a pedestrian crosswalk.
Pedestrian crosswalk.
Just a crosswalk?
Just a crosswalk.
Okay. All right.
I have a question.
I know.
And I guess it's to Mike. Is this gonna be a blacktop then?
This
It's
is gonna be,
mill of cement?
this is gonna be a mill and fill, what they call a mill and fill, but it'll be the same thing as Civic Center Drive. If we run into problems where we have to go down and
Okay.
take all the concrete out and undercut the road, we will do that.
All right.
There is money allotted for that type of work.
There's a couple of places, especially near the rusty nail building,
It's a new
where
catch,
water over the road.
new
Is
catch
this a-
basin will be in there, installed,
Okay.
yes.
So it's drainage is...
Drainage is gonna be improved also.
All right, so, yeah, Mr. Lance, I'm sorry.
Can you tell me who initiated the 9-mile repurposing project?
I don't, Mr. Charette, can you answer that question?
Well,
Mr. Lance?
It was on our budget plan for 2012-13, and we proceeded to get the federal funding.
It was one of our
Stimulus projects back,
February 2009.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Percassi,
No,
oh, no, I was gonna go around and get a consensus. Go ahead.
would mention an opportunity to put something decorative at the corner, since we're doing work there. Again, the entrance into the city is very, very important. How do you look?
It's Greenfield and,
Greenfield and 9 Mile.
Okay.
Noted.
And your tactile improvement.
Yes.
All right. Anything else? Then, Mr. Percassi, are you good for this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just would like to be, make it clear that in our documents it sidewalks.
Okay.
We have consensus around the table, Mr. Charette, so June 7th.
You're right, it did say document sidewalks.
Yeah.
For the record, we will clean that up.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to 2013-14 budget review, and this is Mr. Charette.
Well, we'll have, technical problem.
We got a beep or
Something's
something.
beeping.
Sounds like it.
No? Is it a phone?
Someone's dinner's ready.
My phone doesn't like it.
Come on, Haley. Is it up there?
Coming from over there someplace.
It sounds like it's from here.
Nancy.
Could it be this?
Yeah, it's up there. so,
Wow.
yeah.
Who figured it out?
It went off on
It went off on 60 seconds, it was gonna
The only
power
one
down.
I could hear.
Okay, okay.
What was it?
I think that,
Projector.
but if there, a light was in the vent up here, and it actually was the light of the vent.
Maybe it got too hot.
It probably was on a sub-turn off.
Because I saw it, and I was looking at it.
For those, we will be working from this budget booklet. There's some extras over there, hopefully there's some left. One in the box top there, but especially for staff that's here. Oh, that's, no, at the end, not now.
Oh, no, at the
Not
end.
now, please, because it'll be confusing.
That's pretty dramatic.
It'll be confusing, so if you could return that to Nancy, or you keep it, that's all right. But don't, because
Don't read it.
that's out of state thing, it's out of state at this point, so.
All right, Mr. Charette?
Yes, gave a lot of thought to this particular presentation and what we've gone through as a group since 2003. And I'd just like to say to all those in attendance, especially the council and the staff, that if you're feeling fatigued, it's for a good reason. You've been working a miracle. We have been at this process since 2003, and especially in the last 5 years, beginning with fiscal year 2009-2010. As they say in competitive sports, we've been feeling the burn for the last 5 years. Our tax base has declined by over 50% in terms of year-to-year totals, and we're still standing. And as one of our council people indicated, we've used just about every technique, even the rope-a-dope technique of when people are swinging at you, bob and weave, and hope that all they catch is air when they swing at you. It's been quite a accomplishment. We are feeling some a positive momentum. We still have a long ways to go, but I think that you should all be proud of what we've accomplished, where we are today, and the fact that we are at least in a position of being stable in our finances, and we're still on a plan, and we're going to make it through some of the roughest economic conditions to face any city in the state of Michigan. So, we have a two-page summary of what's in this book. The first key point is that we have no use of fund balance for operations in the general fund. That's a primary goal that has been achieved in this budget plan. General fund expenditures are down 1.6% as opposed to last year, and the question might be, for those of us especially that are laboring with reduced staff and other saving techniques, why isn't it down more? And the main reason for that is the actuarial requirements of the pension systems, the fire and police pension system, as well as the Southfield employee retirement system that covers everyone other than sworn police and fire. Both of those are up double digits. It has to do with the tax base. It has to do with the stock market when it's spread over a number of years. And it has mostly to do with the integrity of the way that we handle our finances here. And that is when an actuary gives us a number, we use the number. We don't tinker with it. We don't avoid it. It's part of the facts that we deal with, and it's the proper way to do business. Our total budget is essentially flat. It does reflect significant capital project funding and a moderate increase in the water and sewer rates of under 5%, which is approximately half of what the authorities passed through to us. But because we have been putting money aside for capital project funding over the years, we are able to keep our water rates competitive. And as a matter of fact, if you go to page, I believe it's
Page
8, you'll see that even with the moderate increase in there, that our water and sewer rates remain competitive, and that we're in the lower quartile of the surrounding communities with our fees. So moving back into the summary. We do have a infrastructure investments of $9.7 million within the budget, and they're outlined on the page 4 of your document. One of the most important parts, if you'll open the page 4, is not what's in here so much as what isn't in here. You will see that there are no local street capital projects in here. That is an unfortunate situation. The reason for that is what's going on in terms of funding for streets in general in the state of Michigan, majors and locals. Michigan is at the lowest among competitive states in that type of funding. And so, as Mike Kabowski likes to say, you'll get mill and fill with the monies that we have available. But if you want high-quality major reconstruction, we have to come up with auxiliary dollars. I might indicate that our Finance Committee is doing some homework now on funding of road projects having to do with SADs, as well as having to do with millages. It's preliminary work, and we'll be reporting to council at a later date on those items. This is the list of capital projects. Each one of them comes back to council for formal approval as they come up for construction. Going back to page 3, there's some important numbers on page 3. It's a sort of a homemade exhibit from the audit. And what it shows is that if and when the appeals of commercial are reduced or under better control or cease or come back to a norm, there could be better times ahead, because the monies that are circled, equalization reserve, all those monies could become fund balance if they're not necessary for it to be set aside for appeals. Unfortunately, at this point, appeals are still running at record levels. However, many of the worst ones have gone through the system, and at December 31st of 2013, we should know a lot more about our situation going forward. At that time, which is basically 6 months from now, we will have another audited year financials to be aware of. It will be the audit of the operations ending June 30, 2013, and we will have assessings numbers pretty solid at that point that will be presented to the council. Then we will know if we have another negative year. This year that we're going into, 13-14, the assessor has a negative 3.4% as what was submitted to the county. And on top of that, because of appeal, we put an additional 5.1, and so we're working with a negative 8.5% in our tax base. So when a given department goes and put their budget together, like Parks and Recreation, the first challenge they have is their major source of one of their major sources. In Parks and Rec, it's about 60%, but in the general fund, it's much higher. The major source of funding is down 8.5%. And so that's what we had to battle against in this year's budget, and basically we've come through it pretty well, as you'll see when we go through the entire document. Turning to, I believe, page 8 we talked about. Page 6A as a road funding article. It's a decent summation of what's happening in the state of Michigan, and what it really tells us is that basically we are the cavalry. We're going to have to figure this out pretty much on our own. It doesn't appear that the state's going to be able to figure out how to handle our road problem, so we've got to take a look at what is available to us within our own span of control. With that, the next few pages are the administrator's, mayor's letter. They've been in possession of council for quite some time, and they speak for themselves. So I would like to move on to page 23, if you would, please. This is a comparison of the millage between the 2 years, 2012-13, the current year we're in, as opposed to the projected year of 13-14. You will see that the budget overall, the millage to the taxpayer is up 3.3%, and virtually all of it is because of the requirements of the fire and police pension. That element of the tax base is up 20%. And again, as I indicated, the reasons for that are it's actuarial studies, tax base decline, figures in there, as well as the investments spread over I believe they use a 5 or 6 year spread. The very small number you'll see under Public Acts 298/59, 3 decimal points over, that is a $50,000 millage that we have basically for tax base initiatives or to basically attract and maintain our business community. That's been available to us for a number of years. We've never levied it, but we started levying it in 2012-13. In that, we knew we had to increase the levy that year anyway, and it was just as good a year as any to start realizing those funds. Page 24 is a 22-year look at our millage, and what you'll see is, of course, it's on the high side now, and that's because our values are down, and also because our residents in May of 2011 supported the maintenance of our police and fire department at their current levels, and resoundingly approved a police and fire millage with a small portion for Parks and Recreation, which at that time was a heavy override of just a small piece, and also for the library. That was by an 83% margin, and we, again, in this journey that we've had, we need to remind ourselves that we have not laid anyone off, and nor have we especially threatened any job of any sworn police officer or firefighter. If you'll turn to page 25, you'll see a side-by-side of the tax revenue factors, and you see the number 8.5 negative there over and over again, and that is simply our budget projections, which are made up of two pieces. One is 3.4, that's an actual, that goes to the county, that's fixed. And then the 5% on top of that is our estimate of what is needed to handle the appeals that come in this year. Now, should the appeals come in less, then that helps our financial picture moving forward. But what we do in our budgeting, which has kept us in good condition financially for many, many years, is we're cautious in our revenues and in the revenue projections, and we are excruciatingly honest in our expenditures, meaning that we make every attempt to fully show our expenditure picture. What that combination gives you is what's called pleasant surprises, as opposed to waking up with a horror story at the end of an audit. Our audits normally tell us that we were either on budget or that we outproduced our budget plan, meaning we did a little bit better than our budget plan. Turning to the next page, this is what, page 26, this is what the typical tax bill is for city taxes for a $100,000 home. And as you can see, the majority of it goes to police, fire, and EMS. That's as it should be. That's job one. And when you're looking at how you utilize your tax dollars, this is how it breaks down. $1,225 a year. That's about under $4 a day for some of the best services that you'll find anywhere. Page 27. Again, this is the way the breakdown of the total tax bill. We, as a city, receive about 40% of all the taxes collected. The 60% goes to the county and other outside authorities, including a portion for education institutions. Turning to page 28, one of the changes we made in our budget procedures this year is the first bullet. State shared revenues per state projections and full EVIP. What that means is, generally over the years, we've discounted the state projections. In some years, they were so inaccurate we ignored them. However, they are becoming more dependable. The data behind them is better than it's been in the past. And so we've been following them closely, and this year we're actually going to use what we have received from the state, and then we're going to monitor it, what information we've received from the state, And so you're going to see a significant increase when we get into the detail. You'll see a significant increase in state shared revenues. A piece of it is because the economy has picked up, and certain tax collections have increased, but the other piece is because we're now using the state's numbers rather than discounting them. So there's an adjustment in there. EVIP is the incentive program, Economic Vitality Incentive Program. You've heard me crab about this a little bit over the last couple of years. What this is a set of requirements that you go through now as a city to be able to realize the full statutory revenue sharing that can come to a given city. I'm proud to say we've got 100% on that since the program started, and we pretty much have acclimated to what we need to do to realize those revenues. Treasury projections, of course, for investment income. As we're all aware, we're in record low interest rate environment. That affects our income from investments. No use of fund balance for operations in the general fund. You'll see later in one of the conclusions on the handout is the general fund is running without use of fund balance for operations. There is a fund balance use, but that's for handling tax appeals. For those who aren't real familiar with the problem with appeals is 2/3 of the tax base in this city is comprised of commercial and industrial properties, and those are where get hit the hardest in an economic downturn, and that is why we as a city have been hit harder than any city of our size in the state of Michigan, because we are 2/3 commercial. Of course, when the economy picks up, we can, hopefully be able to adjust upward, but it's been a tough ride for the last 5 years. Most of our decline in our tax base is due to commercial appeals, meaning office, underproducing office environment. In the library and Parks and Rec, we'll talk later on, they have used some monies for operations. They were not able to absorb yet the total brunt of this accumulation over the last 5 years of negative numbers. 0% across the board wage adjustment. It's been a while since there have been any raises here, and that is fitting for the environment. Managed attrition program, that continues. Monitoring of economic conditions and multi-year financial planning focus. We're always looking out at least 5 years. Page 29 tells you how one of the major methods that we've used of surviving over the last 10 years with dignity is basically when employees leave, it's very difficult to fill a position. I would say that some departments would say that's a slight understatement. But over the 10-year period, 2003-04, when we first went on a diet in 2003-04, and I will credit the city council for that. I don't think anyone on council could predict a Great Recession, but there was some concern about how much fund balance was being used at that point. And so that's when we embarked upon a 5-year plan, and we've been on one continuously adjusted each year since. And over this period, we've reduced staff by over 200 positions, 218 positions at this count, and that number changes almost daily, and about 26% of the workforce. So we've been on a 10-year diet, and we're going to have to pretty much stay on it, at least for another year or so. But we also have to remember that we have to get the work done too. So there need to be some minor adjustments in that game plan. But overall, I'm suggesting that that's a game plan we've got to follow, at least going into the mid-year, when we will know a lot more about what our situation is going forward. Just an hour or two before coming to this meeting, I received I'm on page 30 now, I received the Michigan Cost Index. It comes from American City and County magazine, the Public Works publication. And what it shows is that the percent increase from last year, municipal cost index, meaning the cost of a typical city operation, is up 1.5%. I'd like to report that ours is down 1.6%. So that's what page 30 actually basically says. Anything that changed more than 5%, we footnoted it. We're proud of our excruciating footnotes because that's proof of the respect we have for the reader. Everything, we try to explain everything in this document. I don't think there's anything of significance that we missed. If there is, I know that this audience will pick up on it. But if you look down the list, general operating revenues and police and fire levy are both down 8.5%. That reflects the tax base assumption of negative 8.5%. Tax administration fees would go down accordingly, less tax money to administer. Constitutional and statutory, you see significant increases there. We've explained that is a combination of using the state's numbers that heretofore we've discounted as being basically too high, and they have been over the years, but they're pretty accurate now, we think. And the statutory as well. We'd like to bring to your attention in the footnotes 5 and 6 are worth taking a look. So we're saying a combined state shared revenue increase of almost 19%, $985,000. Three primary reasons: gradually improving state economy helps both constitutional and statutory because they're reflective of sales tax receipts. We received 100% of our statutory EVIP payments, as we already indicated. The most significant factor, or the largest element, is constitutional, and that's basically that we're using the state numbers for the first time in several years. I'd like to bring to all of our attention the fact that there's two significant concepts we need to keep in mind, and not to get too excited about this 19%, although we're glad to have it. We're obviously going to closely monitor the numbers, hoping the state numbers do come through, because we're relying more heavily on them. Our general approach here is we do not like adjusting the budget frequently, because it creates a negative fiscal viewpoint to the public when you're constantly revising your plan. So we're going to very closely monitor these funds. And the other thing we need to be concerned with is there is one or more legislative proposals hinting at potentially raiding these funds for road financing. So we'll be asking our legislative committee to be keenly aware of those proposals. We are certainly pleased with these increases, but we need to keep them in perspective. That our 13-14 total for these revenues is 35% below the high water mark of 2001-2002. The constitutional portion is down 35%, and the statutory portion is 81% below the levels of 2001-2002. So while we do appreciate the upward trend, it's got a long way to go to return to its former totals. You'll note the projections for court revenues. Court revenues are up. This is basically reflects two things. Number one, our court administration and our court relationship is good between the city and the court. This is not always true in many jurisdictions. It is true here, and we continue to work closely with the court to assist them in every way administratively that we can. Also, the court is cautious in their revenue projections, and when we studied the outcome of the audit at 6/30/2012, we felt that an upward adjustment was justified, and it also reflects some new ordinances that we have that also come into the picture. Reimbursements are showing a large increase. That's the SAFER grant, which is a firefighter grant that we are currently enjoying. We need to keep in mind that, as a matter of fact, one of the things we'll be talking about is that we're hoping for an extension of that grant, but it is in the budget right now at the level that we anticipate. But that piece could come to a screeching halt at pretty much any time. That's an $800,000 item. But that does explain the reimbursement increase. And the last number that's over 5% is a meaning that we use less fund balance to balance the budget this year than the year before, and that's a good thing. So moving on to page 32, this is the variances in the budget for the various departments. In the general fund, these are the expenditures. We just covered the revenues. You will see that virtually every one of the, not virtually, every one of the items that's over 5% is due to the reductions in staff within the given departments and the reduction in costs accordingly. For example, let's take purchasing. We know our purchasing agent retired, and so that's out of the totals at this juncture. It shows an overall decrease of 1.6% of the general fund. Moving on to 34, this is the budget comparison, all funds, and you will see that, again, the general fund down 1.6, facilities down. The library fund, this is a good time to talk about some confusion that's arisen with regard to library and library hours. The library fund is down 6.2%, reflects the 8.5% decline in the tax base and the tightening of operation and decreased hours. There's been some misunderstanding because there was a slight upward, there was an add of 4 hours into the library schedule. We have to keep in mind that compared to the old schedule, okay, the library's hours are reduced by approximately 30%. So there have been some confusing reporting on this, but if you take the old summer hours and compare them with the new summer hours, down 29%, even with the new Friday 1 to 5 in the picture, 1 to 5 hours open, 1 to 5 on Friday. And if you take the old winter hours and compare them with the new winter hours, it's 66 hours in the winter before, 48 hours now. That's a 27% reduction. And we have to understand the library's done everything they can think of to try to still make things convenient for the public. For example, a winter schedule, although it's down 27%, has a library availability 7 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 8 hours, Friday, 4 hours, Saturday, 8 hours, and Sunday, 4 hours. So those are the facts, as opposed to somehow some communication got somewhat confused in that regard. Local streets, you'll see, when you take majors and locals together, they're down, and that simply reflects, again, the lack of state funding for roads. As you understand, we're doing everything we can to get federal funding and are successful in that, and Fred has pointed out, and I think it's good point, that even though when we were shovel-ready back in, was it 9/10 or? And we were disappointed that it didn't result in any federal funding. The fact that we're ready now, and we've disciplined ourselves so we could still provide the local match, some of these shovel-ready projects now are coming forward, and we're getting approved for federal dollars. So we're definitely out there attempting to maximize every dollar that we can get for road funding, and we know it's a very serious problem. Block grant, we're showing down 36%. That's somewhat inaccurate. Now we're gonna, I guess we'll stick with a new number, Fred, 422. Erica?
Yes.
We'll use that, and you'll see that in the final. There's always a fine tuning between this recommended budget and the final budget, which will be approved on June 17th, and that'll be one of the fine tuning items. The page 36 shows our grant funding. The high level point was in 9, 10, and 10, 11, and that was because of the employment grants that we got in those years. The 12, 13, and 13, 14 numbers reflect the SAFER grant. The situation with the SAFER grant is that it was proposed when we awarded the grant that an extension shouldn't be too difficult to get, but now they're putting us through some serious hoops to get an extension. So we're working on that now, and then there's the hopes that the grant will continue another 2 years, but we'd have to reapply. So we're making the assumption in the budget that we will get the extension that was articulated as being relatively assured, and now it's looking a little bit more difficult, but we hope to be successful. If not, we're going to have an immediate budget challenge of about $800,000. So again, we make appropriate use of grant dollars, and they're basically focused on either public safety or on the functionality of the city or the housing stock. Page 37 tells the picture about why we're in the workout mode at all times, tight mode and on a diet. You can see in the history of the city, you look at the percentage growth every year up until 9/10, plus, each year. 9/10 started the first negative year. There's a little differential between some of the numbers that we've used, depends on how you count, but when you add all these up, 2.6, 15.1, 13.2, 11, and 8.5, you'll see that it's big numbers, and so that's what we've been wrestling with. If the 8.5 number that we're using proves to be ultra conservative and doesn't come in that low, well, that's good, because that puts some money into fund balance, and our fund balance levels right now, official fund balance levels of available dollars, is at about around 2.8%, and that's reflected on page 3. General fund unassigned fund balance is $1,709,616, and that's in a budget, general fund budget that totals $65 million, so that's about 2.8. When you look at the building permit values at the top of page 37, you can see that there hasn't been much happening since 9/10. We're hoping for some good news there. We're doing everything we can. We're going to increase our marketing of the city. We are increasing our focus on retention and new business activity, but we have to remember that the thing that we're in the most control of in our life is our cost of doing business. We cannot totally control the economy, we wish we could. We'll do everything we can to increase the tax base otherwise, and that's retention and expansion activities, marketing activities. But when all is said and done, the thing that we're in the most control of is our cost of doing business. That's what we've been focusing on. We'll continue to focus on that while still getting the job done and keeping our standards of service up to the public. If you look at page 38, this is what I've been talking about in terms of the composition of our tax base, where if you take our commercial, personal, and industrial, you get to 2/3. Residential is about 36%. Commercial business type values are 64.3. That's the story. Obviously, if the commercial properties come back, that'll be a great help. We are seeing some upward movement in the residential, and it should be reflected in the next year's numbers, but it takes quite a bit of residential growth to overcome any kind of negative on the commercial side. The personal property, first of all, is sort of a misnomer. Personal property is property that business owns to create income. Personal problems. I don't know where the name came from, but I'm sure it made sense back in the day when somebody came up with it. But that's machinery and equipment, and there's been a lot of talk in Lansing about legislation about what's going to happen there. But what we do know is in 2013-14, there's no effect. But in 14-15, we'll get in minimum a $750,000 one-time hit, and that's because all business properties at that point that have personal property valued at $40,000 or less will be excluded from personal property taxes. That'd be a loss of about $750,000 of revenues to us. This is the best case. There's uncertainty having to do with an election in August of 2014.
Correct.
As well as the formulas for personal property tax, which basically are excruciatingly confusing and really tell us that if we're going to recover, I don't think any of it will recover all of our losses, but if we're going to recover most of them, we're going to have to do it through some sort of tax that we impose on taxpayers. So it's sort of a zero-sum situation, but it's a shift. The industrial and personal property holders get a savings, and that savings will be made up elsewhere in the tax base. Stay tuned on that one. If the whole thing fails in 15-14, then all we've lost is $750, 1 year's worth. Stay tuned. Pie charts. This is what we normally end up with. Are there significant changes? Not really. The general fund of property taxes is our biggest revenue. District court has increased a bit by percentage. Sanitation a little bit down because of the new sanitation contract, saves the public some money. And the state share revenue's up a bit because of the use of the state numbers as well as some economic recovery showing in those numbers on the revenue side. And the expenditure side, pretty much status quo from the previous year, and that's simply a reflection of our tight staffing levels. Taken as a whole, page 41, Property taxes comprise 36% of the total income of the city. Well, one might ask, well, how come it's 2/3 of the general fund, but only a little over 1/3 of the all funds? And that's because the water and sewer dollars are in here, and that's a major, significant slice of the pie. State shared revenues and grants have increased a bit. You can see investment income is minuscule. It's 0.1% of the overall because of the interest rate environment. Expenditure patterns basically are about the same as last year because capital projects totals in the water and sewer fund are pretty stable between the 2 years. So that takes us to the budget schedule, and then if you could do the handout, Nancy, the one-pager. At this point, I think there's enough of them to go around for pretty much everyone that's here. I tried to summarize the book in one page. I apologize, I used the back of the paper too, but still only one piece of paper. And it basically tells the whole story.
Who needs this?
On the 3rd, which is today, we had the study session, and we're in the discussion phase of that. June 4th through 16th, we will be reviewing all the budget detail and developing the budget video. This is the script for the budget video. Just received it this afternoon. Doing a little work on that, but I'm pleased that we have at least a draft at this point. We have committed to communicating our budget in plain English to the public in a format that makes it helpful, useful, and understandable. And that's transparency. We've been at it for many, many years, and as a matter of fact, received the GFOA award, the highest award they have for communication years ago, for being the first city to put the budget on a video format. On the 17th, we will adopt the budget at a special meeting, and I will just conclude by saying this, that when you look at the entire picture, over all these years, we have maintained service levels here, and in fact, there's been significant improvements in certain areas. 7-day-a-week enforcement is one of the areas. We've also improved our appearance programs by engaging in greater intergovernmental cooperation between other units of government. We've reduced our employee count by over 200 people, or about 26%, without layoffs. And I want to say to these people here, and I get emotional with this, what these employees have done here, and this council, starting in 2003, it's basically nothing short of a miracle. It's unbelievable where we stand today as compared to where we would stand if it wasn't been for the efforts of this group, unified, and we have shared the pain, and we've done it the way they tell you to do it, the textbooks. And I'm very proud to be a part of it, and I'm very proud of the achievements of our employees and of the leadership of the city council in these endeavors. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Be glad to take any questions there might be. But again, I want to thank everyone for, first of all, this is the most exciting stuff in the world. And second of all, for the support and the unity that we've had over all these years to still be standing and fighting at this point. So, that.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Schreiber.
you.
Questions from council, Mr. Moss?
Yeah, I'll start off by saying, I got an email alert today from MERS, which is one of the Lansing newspapers that kind of sent out political alerts that the governor has declared yet another financial emergency in a different city, Hamtramck this time. And when we sit here with a presentation like this, and especially because I just came back from the Mackinac Policy Conference, and people ask, key stakeholders, what's going on in Southfield? I said, we're going into our budgeting session, and we're going to, again, pass a balanced budget. We're in the middle of a storm, but we're weathering it. And when you hear the presentation like this, there's clear hard work that you put forth, Mr. Charette, and it's really truly appreciated by this council and city staff. We appreciate your work too, because we're not going to get an email alert like that for the city of Southfield. So I think the overview is as best as it can be. I think it was very clear. Like I really, this is understandable. This is readable. I had two minor questions just in some of the details, like on page 5, the boilers at the 2 fire stations. I know that 2 of our other fire stations are newer. Is there going to be another need for another boiler in the incoming budgets? Should we have just added it and see if we can get everything together, or are those the only 2 that are in need right now?
I appreciate you bringing that up, because it's something I neglected to mention. One of the boilers we wanted to put under the superintendent control of the building authority, because it's an $85,000 project, and it's $80,000, and boilers are not something we necessarily want to get too deeply into. The council, they're not too exciting. They're real exciting if they don't work right now. So we'd like to, and we will come back with that. But yes, these are the ones that remain. Basically what we do is we stretch out the useful life, but when the repairs start accumulating and the energy efficiency declines, that's when we replace them.
Okay, so these are the 2 with the needs right now.
Jim, we did do energy audits as part of our energy block grant, and that was part of how these ones were identified as well. The savings, the payback is within 5 years on both of them, and we could pull up those reports too.
Okay. My second question was, just maybe for my own curiosity's sake, because I don't know, the 46th District Court, do the other communities in that jurisdiction help fund the operations of that, or whatever we put into that?
I'm sorry.
The 46th District Court, the other communities that are under that jurisdiction help?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's a combination, but what has led to the increases in the comfort level with recognizing them. So I discussed this with the court administrator, who doubles as a magistrate, by the way, that, I wanted to take them up a bit. She said, fine, and it's the ordinances that we have in the area of code enforcement and in housing. The rental ordinance and other, like newly approved areas that can lead to revenues. And the other thing is basically the code enforcement. I mean, we're all over it, 7 days a week. And so when there's violations, that figures in the revenues as well. But yes, so the other jurisdictions are proportionate.
All right, yeah, just I guess, in summary, you put a lot of work into this, and I mean, the conversations that we've had at this council table over the last year are reflected in here, and I just appreciate the work that you do every day here, and of our staff, and that we will survive another year in weathering the storm that we are hopefully coming out of.
I want to add something in the presentation. In these numbers is $500,000 for, it's in support services appropriation, for business retention and attraction programs and marketing the city with a tax-based focus. And I'd like to suggest that we have a group formed. I'd like for Fred Zorn to be a leading player in this, to determine what we should do or how we should utilize these dollars. And, we could have a group formed to involve the council as well. That would be suggested.
You totally lost me now. What you said about the...
Within the Sport services appropriation. There's $500,000 earmarked for business retention, attraction programs, and for marketing the city with a tax-based focus. And so those are the kinds of things that...
Can I just interrupt?
Sure.
I noticed the expenses of business development, but no income, so this is something new.
There is no income.
Right.
It's an expense.
Right, just expenses.
It's
There
it's
should be-
funded,
but-
it's within the total appropriation.
I mean, there needs to be it's funded somewhere else, is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
So we need to make some decisions on how those funds would be utilized, but we need to do something about this tax base. We know that, we can't keep having these negative inputs, and we will come up with appropriate programs, and if not, then that money would be returned to fund.
On that topic, Jim, is it on page 32? Where those funds are?
Yes. Let me point out where it lands. Sport services, about 7 items down.
Oh, okay.
Overall appropriation is down, but within that total is $500,000 earmarked for these activities. So we'll be coming back to council with some ideas and looking for some ideas on what we need to do to get this tax base going. And Fred has got the credentials in that area, so I'd like to see him lead the charge in that regard. And with if there's a council input, then maybe we need to form a group to decide, what we're going to do. What kind of approach we're going to be taking. So I would suggest that we do that. It could be either staff or it could be council involvement as well. Yeah. I don't know the answers, I'm telling you that. I don't know how to get this tax base going.
Oh, well, maybe you know the answer. I'd like to know how the court regulates or have a record of fines, and how is it regulated? Is it per capita? How do the court arrive at the fines of all the people for any of the violations?
Some of them are scheduled. I'll have to ask who to help with that.
Well, they're in the ordinance, they're in the charter, $500. Some of them can be different on civil infractions, but those are in essence established by council, what those fees would be. Now, traffic is all state law, what those fines can be.
Okay, was there any time that there was an audit that maybe the fines are too high for the people?
Well, remember that the ordinances would suggest a maximum fine typically. It's done within the discretion of the judge and looking at the circumstances of the case as to what the precise fine is. So, it's somewhere within a range, say, of $0 to $500. But then there are court costs that can be assessed.
Who sets that, council?
No, the general parameters are set by council, but then the judge decides what to assess in any particular situation.
All right. Can we do something about the level of high fines? I think fines are too high for anything in the court. Just the simple violation of
I see a lot of the fines, and I know a lot of times if it's a first type offense and a more minor offense, you see fines that aren't really all that high.
still $150 for nothing. Sometimes. Okay.
But again,
Why can't that
remember
be-
what the cost is for the court to process a violation all the way through potentially a jury trial and sentencing. That is a cost. And so the court should assess, even if it's a small fine, there should be some court cost assessed.
There's no
because-
such thing as a small fine
Well-
anymore. There's an
I do see them, Mr. Lance, where some of them are not all that high, and the court a lot of times is trying to recover the cost of bringing the person
Well, of course, I
through
know
the
that.
system.
I know that. But it's still too high.
And again, that would have to be a discussion with the judges, because again,
Who's
that's.
gonna talk to the judges?
Oh,
Me? Who?
I'm just saying, that is a discretionary act on their part. I guess certainly council could,
Well, who would regulate the judge like what they find people?
well,
Who does it fall on?
I mean, I suppose if they're acting outside of their authority, ultimately it would be the judicial.
Well, we don't know what the
Commission.
authority is. You're saying that the cost is so great, they have to.
Well, they're within their authority though.
Well, we'd have to change that number in the authority. So who establishes the authority?
You establish the authority in terms of what are the outside parameters, and the state law
Right.
dictates
So how
what
do
the
I go
outside-
about working on it, an audit or something?
Well, I don't know whether you'd want to maybe have a discussion with the judges, I suppose, if that
Why
was.
not? Why not?
Well, I'm just saying, if council would be so inclined to say that we'd like to have a discussion with the court as to what their fines are and
That would be
what's the
very
basis?
interesting.
What's the basis for their fines?
If the council wanted
Right,
that.
right. No, they're a district court.
So can I get an answer from the council? Is anybody interested in finding out?
Anyone else, Mr. Lance is proposing that we have a conversation with the judges about fines. Is there anyone else that's interested in this?
I think that before we bring the judges in and tell them that the fines are due, we need to take a look at what other communities are charging, see if we're.
Why?
First of all, a fine is,
Who cares what
keep
the
it from
other-
doing, the
who
fine is
cares
to
what
prevent
the
you
other
from doing it
judges in
again.
the other cities are doing?
The fine is to prevent you from doing it
I'm
again.
worried about our people here in Southfield.
A fine is designed to keep you from doing it again. So they ought to be punitive.
Don't give me that, I know that.
They ought to be
I
punitive.
wanna know why it's.
I got a ticket for going over the speed limit. You better believe I'm watching how I drive now.
So you're a felon, or what?
I'm a fellow, but I'm not a felon.
No, all joking aside, we have to find out why.
Before we talk to the judges, I also think we need to know exactly what the fines are, the ranges.
Yeah.
Well, get the information.
So some homework has to be done prior to having a conversation.
I should probably go to the
Any of us-
newspaper.
I don't think anybody here on the table knows what the fine schedule is.
Oh, no, until we get the information, that's right.
I will just say this, I get a chance to look at these relationships in a little different format. I sit on the board of the Risk Management Authority, which is where we have our, it's the largest liability pool in the state of Michigan, and one of the largest in the country. And what you find out is how important it is that there's harmony between the city and the courts, because where there isn't, it involves litigation and painful.
Well, if we question the fines, it's dishonor or something, why? Why should we hesitate asking why they're
Wrong with
saying high
asking,
costs?
it's just that I think we should do it with in a respectful approach.
Well, of course.
We could have them try to look at what's their average fine and average cost that are assessed. That would probably be something they could provide.
I don't think that would be accurate. I want categories.
Categories of offenses, so
Yes.
for example, drunk driving, they would assess, but see, it varies. So if you,
Or accident, or hitting a wall.
well, a lot of those are just those are kind of standard fines that the state sets.
Can you exclude the state fines?
Yeah, if you kind of exclude a lot of the traffic, and we talked about, but a lot of it is based on, is this person a first-time offender, or is this their sixth offense? And so you'll see a
Okay,
variation
is
on
there a
that.
record of that?
Honestly, Ms. Wentz, I don't know how you would pull that information out, because it is so dependent on the circumstances of the individual before the judge.
No, there are categories of violations.
Right, but say a retail fraud. So it's a 19-year-old person that steals something from Target. Okay, there would be a fine assessed.
Now, if that person is back in front of the judge and it's their fifth offense, well, the judge is probably going to assess a larger fine and maybe additional cost.
If that happened in Southfield, after the second offense, it goes through Oakland County, and we don't have anything more to do
Not
with it.
necessarily.
And they go to jail.
Not necessarily. The county has to agree to write the warrant, and a lot of times they'll still say, oh, it's a $10 retail fraud from Target, we don't want to write it, and we still write it here in the city. I've seen them where they have 4 and 5 retail frauds on their record.
In many cases, the people will go to counseling, and as a matter of fact, they'll have, the fines will be quite low. Some of them go to, you know, we just talked to counseling, University of Phoenix. Okay, we're trying to arrange for that.
I'll talk about people that are turned over to Oakland County after the second or third offense.
Drunk driving, that happens.
Yes, and they're sent to jail instead of therapy and help, okay?
That's outside of our
That's
court,
unfair.
though, but...
That should be looked at. Because those jails are full of women, black women, who were fined and went to jail 6 months. And
What kind
I
of
spoke
offense?
about that at a judges' meeting a couple of months ago, the black judges' breakfast I was invited to. Then I asked the judges. The answer I got was, it's mandatory. That's it. They don't have any discretion. They have discretion. They don't care. Go to Oakland County and see how many women are in jail there.
I would venture to say, though, that you'll find they're repeat offenders.
Okay, but then there are safe houses all over the city. That's a 3-month term with therapy and everything. Why don't they use those houses?
Is there any way we can refer this to a committee to narrow the...
I don't care how you do it.
But I think...
Get something started.
I definitely agree with you, Mr. Mayor, but I don't think we're going to be able to, solve it
I
tonight.
heard
But
that
I
we
think
said fine, so
set a
I'm
course
asking.
in direction after we define it.
Could we start with getting a little bit of education first on this?
Go ahead.
Sit with the court administrator, we'll see what we can come up with, and at least get some data.
I'd like to face the court.
All right, we'll refer to Ms. Ward.
How much time is that gonna take? I mean, how much is it gonna take?
I really need to talk to
That
her.
could be a long
I need to see
endeavor.
whether she's going to be able to give me something that would be helpful.
I'm just talking about what the fines are, the range of fines. That should be fairly simple.
I hate to tie up too much of Ms. Ward's time. One of our governance challenges here is the legal department's down 58% in JD staff, in other words, licensed attorneys. So maybe I can do some legwork.
I would suggest
I've
that
been
we
talking.
turn this over to the court administrator,
Yeah,
not to Ms. Ward.
Yes, I think she's very cooperative.
Yeah. And have her give us a report on what the fines are. At the start, we don't know what the fines are.
And you're talking about non-traffic?
Yeah, anything that state.
Well, they could be
We have no
violations
control
of
over
traffic.
Right. Well, your fines are generally to $500.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. President, why are we getting involved in courts now? We don't run the courts. It's not a municipal court anymore.
Why is court in our budget?
Pardon?
We get money from the
Because
court, or we
revenue.
give them money.
They give us revenue.
If this is going to be a major thing, then I need 4 people to say they want it. So far, we have 2.
Why do you need 4 people? Why?
Because that's our rule.
I think that this is, we're not the court system. There's a breakdown in role of government, and if a judge has his or her own discretion
No, but they're in our budget.
to
They're
fine,
in our business.
you know,
But you only get revenue. You only get revenue.
We're not-
You don't have expenses.
Okay, revenue.
How much-
We're
how much
taking money from the
Well,
court.
we have expenses, but...
Their revenues exceed their expenses.
I don't agree with spending staff time on this.
Okay, we have 2 people that are interested in this. I need 4 for this to
Well,
go forward.
if I know how, what it's gonna accomplish, I'll go, but I'm not gonna go carte blanche. Everybody dig into the court system. and we don't have, it's 218 people short, and we're gonna start, keying in on the court with all these other situations here in the city, that have high priority for us to tangle with.
I'll contact 100 people out there who will find a lot of money, and I'll tell them you said so.
All right,
Mr. Lance, you can tell those
once again,
people
we
all
have
you
two
want,
people
give my
out here.
telephone number too.
That's a
All
good
right,
idea.
Give my telephone number.
We're gonna move on. We don't
I
have-
want to
we're not-
say something on this budget.
Yeah, we're getting back to, I have a list of people who want to speak.
So what are we doing?
And, matter of fact, Mr. Perkowski, you're next.
Are we referring this to the court administrator or
Yes.
no?
I'm sorry?
Is this being referred to the court?
No, we don't have 4 people.
Okay, thank you.
We have 2. So,
Well, I asked that we look at what we're gonna get into. I mean, I don't wanna investigate the court and see, why are you giving this guy a penalty and not this one?
I didn't say
Well,
that. I said categories.
But
No.
I thought we were moving on.
But municipal codes, we get to see on those, correct?
Our ordinances
Yeah,
will
our
dictate.
ordinance dictate those
It's also a
fines.
$500 fine,
All
civil
right?
infraction.
You just approved one not too long ago.
Correct.
All right? But as far as the district court, that's their prerogative, what they do.
But it's you approve, they're in our budget, and we have something to say.
Okay.
all right, Mr. Perkowski, you have to speak on the
Yeah,
budget.
so, Mr. Chairman,
I got you down in the Miss George.
I looked at the agenda that we had tonight, and I was surprised to see the budget on it. The budget, in my estimation, is the most important document that we have, of anything else we do. And it's not just numbers, it's what we're gonna be doing, the plan. It had a vision, it took a whole night for a vision of where we're going, and what we are, everybody goes around in a circle and says, what we want the city to be. Well, it can't be anything unless the numbers work. And that's what is missing here, is how do we equate the numbers to getting the job done? And that takes time to go into, the departments and our projects and what we got planned for this year, and what is the bottom line going to be if it's economic development? How do these things weigh out as far as economic development and marketing and beyond? I mean, and in all due respect, Mr. Shred, I'd rather give anybody $500,000 anymore. They can go to Vegas on their own, they can go to Macron on their own. That $500,000 has got to be a plan for marketing, and somebody's going to have to be accountable to the money, and we're going to have to see some kind of substance coming back that we can see. And whether it be getting a company in here, but we see this, us being attacked by Detroit and Novi and everybody else, and marketing is just one little segment of it. But getting the word out among the other entities that affect the marketing and our corporate people, such as real estate people, how are they projecting the city when they go out and try to lease their space? I mean, and a good example is, and I talked to Terry about it, is doggone lofts next door. I mean, it's a crime what they did over there. And we've got nothing more but wholesale multiples. That's all that is. I mean, it's not a plan. I mean, for 30 years we worked on a plan for the city center. And we go over there and they got a couple of young ladies standing in a room that had to walk through a construction site to get to them. You went up an elevator and you're going up with a carpenter that's putting up cabinets. You go into one of the lofts, they don't even have lights on yet. I mean, the whole thing was so shabbily done, and it's the type of development that we have approved in this city, and we just have not even, I mean, at least I thought it was going to be a mixed use. All right? It takes the most prominent corners of Center Drive and Central Park Boulevard. That's the entranceway with the flags and the whole center. And we got this piece of garbage being built over there. And it's embarrassing. I mean, we're losing all our class, and I don't care if the thing ever got a permit. And I get frustrated because for 30 years we've been working over there. I told Terry, that's been all of my whole life as a mayor, is trying to get this thing built. But the numbers and what we do with the numbers, and all those things we set for 3-4 hours, say, going around the table, what do you think is a priority? You can't do a thing unless you may have a number. And that's why it's so important. How are these departments being run? How deep are the cuts? And how is it affecting us going forward? I mean, we've got some real serious problems with our cuts. And I'm not going to. We have an administrator who's running the city, doing a doggone great job about it. But you know, I tell people for a long time, you know, when I heard this professor talk, you know, you can keep touching saxophones and drums and this and that. If you don't care what the music sounds like, you know, that's what you get. And that's what I think is happening. I mean, we have roads that are just blowing up all over this city. I mean, it's embarrassing even to go down the street anymore. And I suggested that we put this on for November to the people of this city to vote for a bond issue and get this thing done and and don't wait till next year, because by the time you get your program and you get the roads that you need to get done and you get them engineered and you get them done, you're talking about 2 years away. And by that time, another 2 winters come, we're going to have a catastrophe. We got 0 in major fund, road fund. We got 0 in local roads fund. I mean, we're going to fix all these things. And I guess I'm just sitting here quiet listening to this stuff, and with all due respect, Mr. Lance, I know what you're talking about. I feel sorry for these people putting away too, and have no money, no way out. But at the same time, you know, this city's infrastructure is falling apart. And we have to look at the numbers and say, how can we best save it? And it affects marketing of the buildings. I mean, Evergreen Road, 100 times you hear from the people, I'm in town center, when are you going to fix Evergreen Road? It's embarrassing, I have my clients come up. And we got to get things fixed. I know it's a lot of money, but we just got to set our minds to getting it done, like everything else, make it a priority. And like I said, the priority comes out of there, this document, the most important document we have.
Well, this is supposed to be what?
Mr. Fraser?
Can you call somebody else first? I can't challenge that. And I agree with Councilman Perkassi. He can't do it as passionately as he is. I have a couple of real quick questions. On page 4, the Bridge Street monitoring, there's $15,000 charge there, but it's a payback.
Pass-through.
Pardon?
Pass-through.
Why is it listed as a cost if we get paid back?
It's still over $10,000.
Every $10,000 capital
and
improvement, so it's listed that way for your.
Plus, it's to protect the investment we've already got up in there.
Well, I know, but if every year we get paid back from the year before, it's no, I would think.
You could argue it doesn't belong on a capital project list, but it's related to the huge investment that we made in the Bridge Street
Years
Bridge.
ago, yeah.
Okay, I guess
We had to go to Lansing to fight for this.
Yeah, we went to Washington.
China.
Well, I mean, Lansing to fight for the monitoring piece.
Yeah, right.
So that's why it's here.
Okay, if it's there, to make sure that we keep track of it, that's fine.
That's correct.
Okay. The other is on page 7, the stormwater utility study. It says it's utility study required due to new federal regulations. Now, was that an unfunded mandate? Do we have to do this study because the government says they aren't giving us any money to do it?
They're not giving us any money to do it. We're putting in $100,000, but what it will do is it'll tell us the best practices for stormwater down the line, what we have to do with it, if we should form a utility. It'll tell us what our best practices are for road, when we do road improvements down the line, open ditches, do we close ditches? It's that type of, it's not really unfair. It's part of the SAW grant. It's a SAW grant is what it's called.
We do get a grant for it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
Because, you know,
That item will be coming to council probably, what, the next 3-4 months?
Probably August or so, yeah, August.
okay, because every dollar that we can save that
Understand.
somebody else ought to be paying for, we ought to be
And
doing.
that's what that,
Well, what's the estimated amount we think we get from the state? As much as $2 million?
$2 million the first year, $1 million the second year.
So we're gonna go through a queue-up process with the study that if we go through this successfully, could see as much as $3 million come back to Southfield for stormwater improvements.
Okay.
But again, it's a long-term planning, I'll use Evergreen Road. We started that in 2009, and it hits next year.
now that's not to do the work, that's to just help us, see where we're going with, in the future, okay? It's not actual, brick and mortar type stuff.
Okay.
And there are some Supreme Court decisions that are supposed to come out at the end of this current session that may have some impact on us and, how aggressive the mandate is enforced and these different, basically the strength of the EPA.
Okay. All right, that's it.
Ms. Jordan?
Yes, I have a few items, and I totally agree with Councilman Crosby. I mean, overseeing the budget is one of our main responsibilities. Mr. Charette, can you go to page 32?
Yes.
I need a few clarifications on looking at the 12-13 budget, which we adopted, and the 13-14 recommended budget. And let's just look at, we mentioned purchasing, and we saw that, with the adopted budget being for 2012-13 was $243,000, less the retirement or the leaving of Ray Townsell. It took that budget down to $108,000, and that was
Correct.
primarily.
What we're doing is, we have the entire function, this is what we do when there's a vacancy. It's what we did in the budget, okay, when Mr. Hirsch left, okay? We took the function and we analyzed it, A to Z. We found out there's some better ways to do it. We found out there were some redundant steps that we had taken that were conforming to old regulations that had changed, and there's a streamlined way, just as example. So that's what we'll do with that function. In the meantime, that money's out of the budget. Okay, that's how these numbers get these huge negatives that you're seeing.
Right, which is precisely my point, because if we had a loss of personnel in purchasing, which equated to dollars coming out of the budget, the same took place with clerk's office.
Correct. Clerk's office is
But those
55% down right now.
No, but in the budget it says $872,000, and it actually goes up for next year.
Well, that's because there are some vacancies that haven't been taken out yet in clerk. 'Cause
So
they
are
happen.
those gonna come out?
We're working on a plan, or an agreement, Nancy and I are working together, to see if we can come up with a game plan for that department, because it's governance, it's, as I pointed out in the items that were handed out at the conclusion, there are a couple of departments that have directly to do with the governance of the city, charter governance. One is the legal department. It's on this handout here.
Okay.
Okay? You can take a look at it. It's kind of a one-page synopsis of it. It's with Sully on the back.
Right.
Safe landing. Okay, you're going to see that, as we mentioned, in the legal department, we're down 58%. This is direct governance for the city. It's the heart and soul of the charter mandates of the city.
But I think it is true, when you look at this, it shows that our budget actually is up.
Well,
But that's because those people, those positions have not yet
Right.
been eliminated out of here.
because we're not assuming we can run forever with 58 down. Okay, So that budget does, it still has the city attorney's
City attorney's in there,
dollars.
and then the assistant that left
Yeah.
last week is
Most,
still in there.
most of the operating, normal, day-to-day budgets, we took the money out. These two, okay, money's still there.
Community relations, same thing.
Yes.
That's up.
Community relations.
Community relations, I guess I'm not seeing the
Yeah,
consistency in it.
what we need to do is a reconciliation, which is underway. For example, Mr. Rosenthal's resignation happened after this budget document was put together. Okay, so if that position would come out, especially in light of the 500,000 we've got earmarked that has a marketing component, that would come out, and the final number for community relations would be down to that, the number of dollars of that position.
So because I'd like to make sure that we're not putting money in the budget for those positions to be filled.
No,
when there are.
there's no assumption they'll be filled.
Okay, because I definitely agree we need to look at legal department and see if we need to put additional staff. I mean, we're down to 2.5, and the country of the city is not declined.
Right.
So that's not a number that goes down. I'm also concerned because we had a meeting with Mr. Lowenberg a couple months ago and even last week in our council finance committee meeting, and that department needs an additional person. And so these are positions that we're gonna have to fill, so I don't know if you wanna put those figures in the budget, or
It needs to be fine-tuned, and we might want to leave them in for this budget with an understanding you can't expend it. That's what we do. If something is shown as personnel, okay, we don't allow it to be moved around. You can't spend it on something else. So in essence, it's earmarked, and it doesn't go anywhere. So while this is being worked out, for example, the overall configuration of the legal department right now, we're not positive, and the mayor isn't here, so I don't think it's appropriate to get into detailed discussion of that. And Nancy and I have talked about clerk's department, because she's done a lot of efficiencies. She used to have 11 people in her budget, okay? She's done a lot of changes, the department's done a lot of changes, and so I'm not positive what they need now, but probably it's more than the 5 they have right now. So we need to come back with a recommendation on that. So my suggestion would be, since this budget gets adopted on the 17th, we probably, leave those pretty much alone, those two departments. The community relations, I think we can take down. But these are, it's too direct to the governance of the entire city to take that money out and to make an automatic decision that we're going to not fill any of these jobs over there. I mean, for example, you've got 2.5 attorneys now. You used to have 6. Okay? You got Sue Ward. You've got a part-time person, and you have Dawn. That's it.
Right, and they do the ordinance prosecution.
Okay. So that's not probably the appropriate level that we end up at. And, like I said, in clerks, we've got to have a discussion. It's somewhere more than 5, but less than 11. Well,
okay,
for career, but that's one of the issues, one of the people there is non-career status.
So can you bring all the positions back, the ones that you'll have?
Yes,
Look at?
yeah, that money won't be expended.
But I do think, this is just my own concern, I think we need to look at filling a position in the treasurer's office, and definitely filling a position in legal, and looking at the clerk. I know we're down, but we just have to make sure,
We'll talk about treasurers.
At the same time, with that said, I just cannot justify $500,000 going to marketing and business attraction. The council recently approved economic development committee, and we're off and running, and I think we need to give that some time before we put
Again,
$500,000.
there are other possible programs, though, that involve neighborhoods. We've talked about apartment inspection.
So maybe we need to see what this $500,000 is.
Again, it's an earmark, it's not expended.
Because
Under council's total control.
I totally agree with Mr. Bacassi. We had a visioning session, and we captured what council's wishes were. We prioritized for that to be included in the budget, but we never saw which items were given the top numbers to put. So again, why would that come after approving the budget? That we're not doing it in a logical order. We want to know if these are the priorities, then this is where we want the money spent, and then we'll approve those dollars. So that exercise is either a waste or we need to benefit from it, because right now it's just a waste if we're not going to give attention to what council gave priority to.
I would agree with you. And if I had my druthers, we would have completed the visioning session on the same night. Secondly, Mr. Charette felt he wanted this budget review tonight because if there was feedback, he needed 2 weeks. But I agree with you. I would have preferred more conversation about council direction. I keep saying we're not broke, and it's about how we spend what we have. We're down, but we're not broke. What are our priorities? And I think we have identified that we need to find new sources of revenue, and partly you do that through marketing.
Again, no, I disagree, because I think we need to look at, I said one item on the table is parking. How can we get revenue from parking? It's just one area that we can look at when you look at communities such as Birmingham that are taking in $2 or $3 million a year simply on charging for parking. So it's really a preference, I think, in terms of using the market or put dollars behind looking at other ways to increase the revenue. Because we have to look at, Mr. Charette, what happens if we don't get approved or the final okay for the paper plan? It's going to be, what happens to those employees? Will they be laid off? Will we have to reshuffle dollars to keep them on staff? I mean, that's a real possibility that those dollars may not come from the
I suspect we would try to find the dollars. And so, again, because we don't have specificity at this point, okay, I just earmark a number, all right? But that doesn't mean it has to be expended at all. It's simply earmarked for something to do with the tax base. The tax base is our huge problem. Priority 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Build the tax base, okay? Because it's not producing the type of revenues we need to provide the services long-term that we want to have here. And so that's why it's there. I mean, if we're undecided and we don't want it to show, we'll take it out in the final, and then council can bring it, can see if funds are available later and reallocate it. But I wanted to put it in because there have been discussions about what are we going to do about this tax base? What are we going to do about some of the things that are detracting, like some apartment buildings in certain areas that are starting to be way below standard, okay? What are we going to do about certain neighborhood issues? What are we going to do about basically attracting new business? And Councilman Percassi's aptly pointed out that, if your roads are crumbling, that's a problem, a big one. So, I will say that we're not sure what the use of those funds would be, but a lot of discussion came out surrounding that we're going to need to do something about this tax base, and so that's what I wanted to reflect in the budget.
Now, when we approved the SAFER grant, wasn't there discussion, is these individuals, should the funding end, that they would not be absorbed in our people?
Well, you can't get those funds if you say that you got a plan to lay them off.
No, well, right, but if the funds don't come in, you have the right, at the end of that 2 years, you had the right to lay them off.
Yes.
Once the funding stops, you have the right to lay them off.
So if we don't get approved for this funding, we have the right to lay them.
Those positions are not required to be funded.
In the justification and the hoops I had to go through, we've been through 2 hoops so far, new ones, okay? I presented that the layoffs were a potential, okay, and a probability. I put it in there. And trying to convince the federal authorities to give us a re-up. Could happen.
Okay, as long as that is.
I mean, if we don't get the extension, I'll come back to council, then we'll have to have a discussion of how are we gonna do this? Because something will have to give somewhere.
That's all things being equal. If there are retirements, in the meantime, that might change the water on the minis.
Right.
This is not a big year for
It's not a big year in fire for retirements.
I think there's 1 or 2 maybe.
But I have to say, Jim and the staff and even the council, we have done a monumental job. When you look at the tax appeals that we face and the property values declining, and we're still above float is great. But I think we still have to be very, very cautious moving forward and not just, open the checkbook and say $500,000 a year and, we're going to keep firemen. I think we still have to continue. And best to believe it.
Oh, yeah. No,
Thank you.
we've made some progress. We've got a long ways to go, and we're still in the negative zone. We still have a tax base that's declining.
Right, Mr. Lance?
Yeah, I stepped out for a moment, but you're still talking about the marketing, all right? Okay. Your marketing, you should spend $1 million for marketing. That's the priority we should have now, is to bring in new business and hire outside experts to do it for us, who are all based all over the country. Those are the people who can do it for us. And that's what we need. Marketing is the most important thing we can do at this time because of lack of revenue from the state and the economy and everything. We have big developers from Detroit coming in and stealing our people that go downtown. So we have to counter that. $500,000 is nothing in the marketing business. I used to be in marketing. I know. And I worked for big companies. And I know what marketing is. But we should work on marketing and not turn it down and laugh at it, and it's not important, and do all right, car parking and all that. Okay. But I say we should think about it and do something. And keep it in that budget, as you say.
Keep it in, but it's not expended.
No. You can say anything you want, but keep it in.
Okay, we're done? All right, I had a couple of questions. So I'll pick up where Mr. Lance left off on marketing. I agree with you. I don't necessarily agree with hiring some big firm with high fees, but I personally believe we need a greater web presence. We're hearing in Michigan Municipal League as well as National League of Cities that people are making decisions about locating in communities, and they don't even talk to you. They go to your web, the information on the web. And there's a whole bunch that we could be doing with some people who really have high-tech skills in putting things on the web. All of our zoning available parcels that could be developed or redeveloped, our areas that we want to see a tech zone, or the DDA wants a medical corridor. all of that kind of stuff, we should be marketing, via the internet.
So what are we waiting for?
And while I'm pleased that the committee that Mr. Moss is chairing is beginning to gel and take off, I don't know that we can wait for everything to come out of that committee. I think that we need the marketing now, and we do have a vacancy in community relations, and I think the function needs to have a examination of where we go from here. And Ms. Jordan, I agree with you on what you said about the hiring freeze. I've had this conversation in chats with Mr. Charette that we needed to do the hiring freeze. But I think after 220 employees, we got to think about replacing some people. And I don't know how this city can run with a legal department that is down to what it's down to. And you want to hire outside counsel, you'll pay more than you will for in-house staff.
That's absolutely true.
So I don't think that that's something that we should even think about contracting.
I look to a comment that Fred made, that an outside person told you they were working with Sue on the contract, and she's a whiz, and how effective she was, and,
Yeah.
you know, if you pay for that outsourcing, you're...
Huge. Yeah, the cost of our legal department is half of what it was in the last city I worked in. We're at the level of staff now with the two vacancies, so.
Well, the reality is we live in a litigious society, and lawyers are part of everything. And you better make sure that you've got your T's crossed and your I's dotted, because somebody's going to sue you every time you turn around. The other, I am really concerned about our apartment, some of our apartment complexes. Down on Providence Drive, you've seen blue tarps on roofs, shingles curled, that are, the roofs are crumbling, you can see it. And the increase in rental homes in this community, it's not always a good thing. Because there are landlords and there are landlords. And, you know, Ms. Jordan and I went to the tax sale last summer, the Oakland County Treasurer's tax sale. And there were people there that just were buying up properties. It was almost obscene. And, you know, their whole thing is, how can I flip the property, make a buck, and they're not necessarily going to do us any favors as far as really investing in aging housing stock. And this included condos. There were people there just buying condos in Southfield. One woman, I think she bought 15 condos that were in the tax sale. And Mr. Sir, I have a question for you regarding the cable TV fund. On page 20, it's recommended that the revenues will be $1.1 million. Correct. And the expenditure is the same.
Yes.
Can you tell me where are we now with the UVerse funds? I know we get the Comcast.
I'm going to ask Sue for some help on that. She understands these splits better than I do.
I'm trying to recollect, is Peg out on AT&T on UVerse now? Is the government channel on there?
I think it's on 99.
Okay, so that did get resolved. For a long time, that was kind of withheld.
We're holding the money.
Right, because they wouldn't show our channel so that we could watch it downstairs and know the quality. But but I thought we had resolved that we just went ahead. So I know that, those monies from AT&T UVerse have been increasing, that there have been more and
Yes.
more. But I don't necessarily think that there's been a real substantial reduction in Comcast either. I mean, I think those funds have been increasing.
Well, I would like to know, what's the source of this projected revenue, 1.1 million? Is it all Comcast?
Probably both, right?
It is both?
I would assume it's both.
Okay.
It would be both funds to get both channels
We
together.
haven't had an update on that, so I wasn't sure where that was.
We're actually intending to come to council on June 10th to talk about a cable needs assessment. And maybe we could do a little bit of background on the revenues at that time. That's just next Monday.
All right. Is there anyone else? Yes, Mr. Picard.
Yeah. Let me just clarify something, Mr. President. On marketing. You know, Nimble has been here some 20-some years, all right? And we went outside and got Chadwick to come in to assist. After big bucks, they came back and said, Nimble, the center of it all is better than what we can come up with, okay? He was head of code enforcement and cable. When he was head of cable, he had Channel 4 commercials going that were award-winning commercials that one of them ended up being on one of these TV things, starring. You know, if you lived in Southfield, you'd be home now. And so this guy, the traffic jam going like this, and this other handsome dude would walk up the driveway, his kids would come chasing him, and he'd ride his bike, and the whole thing was, if you lived in Southfield, you'd be home now. You know, the Polo Match had a lot of corporate people involved in that. I think, in as far as being in high tech, and I guess Terry can tell you that we have, who is it?
Warren Krim.
Warren Krim now doing all the website and social media and Twitter and what else, Facebook, anything they can get into, and so we're already doing that. The only thing you have to do if you want to expand is to get them to expand their website to include the entire city, but they do the city center now. So, but we're still not getting, what I'm trying to get at is we're still not getting anything yet from it. I don't know, how long we had them, Terry?
Just a year.
Yeah, so anyways, I think that being in the business circle, the thing that really gets to these developers is contact and real estate people who make a buck on placing them, and get them on your side, and see what the concern is that you can't sell Southfield, and then try to deal with it. And I think that's what we're talking about in our group here, is to get a group. So I got Mark Payton coming in, I got Huntington Bank coming in from the commercial departments, going to come in to give some input as to, you know, Mark Payton was president of Urban Land Institute, and to try to give us some kind of input of where to go with this group. But I think we're on a track with it, and if all you have to do is take, you know, what Terry has already got with the city center, and expand that, and get them doing it on the Facebook and all this other stuff that they're doing, website. I don't know how intensive it is right now, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that you know, we've got to find out what works and what doesn't work. And right now, you know, we've got a lot of selling to do on one-on-one. And we've got to get to the people who are coming into Southfield and seeing whose leases are up and making that contact and say, hey, you know what, I can give you X, Y, Z if you move downtown. And I said to our guys on that thing, I said, you know, we say, hey, we're a safe city, we're a clean city, we don't charge income tax, we don't charge for parking, you know, come in our city. I mean, we've got it all going for us, you know, but we're not getting into that competition with these people who are you know, getting Detroit coming in and doing it, you know, and I got a laugh. I told Jim, I said, Pulte left and Gilbert says, go away, punk, you know, you're leaving Michigan. I mean, headlines in the Detroit News. I mean, you gotta get nasty, you gotta be tough, and we can be tough. We were tough before, we gotta continue to be tough. We can outbeat everybody because we got location. Nobody's got location than we do. Nobody. And you know, we just have to reach that segment out there that realizes is that, you know, it's a service business that we're dealing with. And they may have a meeting in the morning, but everybody's dispersed. And they may not see each other for a couple of days. And everything is by computer. And so we just got to get into that new technology, that new way of doing things. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that you know, we've tried marketing, and I always said that we could spend $1 million, which we did have, $1 million budget, believe it or not, $1 million budget, and Bill Bonds could fill us in 20 seconds. And that's the life of marketing.
Mr. Moss and Mr. Lamb.
So just to clarify, there's a potential of $500,000 that could sit somewhere and have a recommendation made on it if there was a further study group that was mainly
Right.
focused at your recommendation
As
on
of
marketing.
now, it is in the budget, but it's unallocated in
Yeah.
any specific program, but it's earmarked, it can't be spent for anything else. And that takes into account tax base, takes into account the apartments problem, because some of those tarps are because we're getting after one of the
Right,
apartments.
that's exactly
big
right.
time. Okay, we've got a whole study going on that one particular,
Mhm.
but there could be some real costs involved. There may be eminent domain issues in some of these buildings. That's huge. So that's why I'm saying, I don't know what it's gonna take to get this tax base going.
Yeah.
But whatever it is, we gotta find out. And if it doesn't cost $500, if you can do it for $5, good. Okay? The other $495 can be used other places.
Yeah, and I think that we should form a work group to study it, because I think that, you know, what Ms. Jordan says is very true point to it. We need to be talking about real dollars that we bring to the table, and I think that's what we're doing on this Economic Development Committee. But Mr. Fracassi brought a Cranes Detroit business to the table. They had a map of the region, and Southfield's name wasn't even on it. I think there are two equally as heavy reasons of why we weren't on that list. Number one, you know, we don't have as strong of a development going right now, that we're kind of off the map because other communities are more hot right now in terms of development. But number two is I don't think we're communicating our assets good enough. We could have a press release or some sort of strategy every Monday night coming out of a council meeting based on just what we do on the consent agenda. The consent agenda is low-hanging fruit for us to say, and this, Mr. Zorn and I talked about this, it's low-hanging fruit. So we keep communicating and sending it out, maybe we get back on that map. So I don't think that these two things run against each other. I think one fuels the other, which fuels the other. So I would be in favor of forming a group that actually looks at what are we doing right and what do we need improvement on. It might not cost the full $500,000. I don't know that it will cost $1 million, but something. We need to have that conversation at least happening. I agree with you. You can't just say, here's your $500, go spend it. But I think we should form some sort of work group that works, because I think we're dealing with the real dollars and the real development in economic development, and I'd like to see this kind of more of a 500,000-foot looking down view in marketing. Because right now, let's say if I was a junior associate somewhere, any firm in the country, and they said to me, you know, Jeremy, I need you to research, we're looking to expand in perhaps Detroit market. Research it. We need to know what's going on there. I'm not making a phone call. I'm not making a phone call. I'm going to the website. I'm Googling it. And if I can't find what I want to find about Southfield on the front page of the website, I'm going to go to Troy's website. You know, I'm going to go see what's going on in downtown Detroit. I don't know that our website is effectively communicating what we need it to communicate. I think, you know, we have a good website, and I don't want to denigrate the work that's been placed, because it works, it's functional. But I almost think we could be better served by a website that just, the front page is a 5-minute video on the greatness of Southfield. There's no video on the front page of the Southfield website. So these are the things that are more, you know, kind of emotional. Will it work? Will it not work? We do need to deal with the hard, real dollars. Maybe parking is something we need to explore. But I would be in favor of a work group that is formed to say, we have $500,000 potentially, what could we want to do with it? And it comes back to council for final approval. It's like we treat the LRF with this, we don't touch it unless we really need to. So let's treat this $500,000 as we don't touch it unless we really need to. And if this work group can come to council and really convince us that this is a plan that needs to go forward, I would be in favor of it. I would be, because I think they work hand in hand. They don't work against each other. The real dollars and the marketing work in conjunction with one another.
This is exactly why we put it in support services. It's not an operating department. Those dollars belong to the council.
Mr. Lamb?
Yes. The key to our success are developers. Our developers, when you get a cadre of 50 developers, lower their square foot prices, advertise it, fight for the people to come into their buildings, then we'll have success. But we don't have that. They're all hungry and greedy. They charge the top price for square feet. They're killing us. That's why Dan Gilbert is coming into our place, our city, and taking our people to downtown. But they're getting cheaper rates down there. But if you get our developers and talk turkey to them, then they also will succeed. But without doing that, all of our developers only are suing us and want to take from us. That's what's happening now. Talk to our developers. Get a hold of Fred. Talk to our developers. Send Shelley down there. Talk to each one. Read the riot act to them. I know some developers, boy, they can't wait to get a new tenant to charge them the $900 for a one bedroom.
And it's tough to compete when Bedrock, Gilbert's Group's giving you a year lease.
I know.
You should hear the people from the Colton County's Economic Development Group about the rating in Warren.
I know.
I mean, they're livid, 1 and 2 years free rent, and,
Well, get a hold of our developers, they can do it too, because they're empty, but they're a greedy bunch. I know a lot of them, they wouldn't give a penny.
Is there any other discussion on the budget from anyone around the table?
I would only like to say that I think Jim has done a magnificent job putting this budget together and holding us together year after year, and with declining revenues. I don't know how he does it, but thank goodness he is.
A lot of folks
Yeah.
in the departments. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well, I'd just say, to add to what Myron said, I mean, the job that he's done in this budget is amazing. A lot of work.
All right, well, we'll revisit this on the 17th of June. I have a request for a 5-minute recess. We can have this for over 3 hours. So we'll recess. We'll come back at 8:15.
Is Nancy back there?
Yeah, I just told her.
Okay. And in conclusion,
Meeting adjourned.
you got that?
Oh, yeah, she's on the agenda.
All right, we're back in session. And our next item is number 6, proposed amendment to the wireless communications facilities ordinance. I remind you that we postponed this to date certain, June 17th, and tonight is the opportunity to review the changes that Ms. Ward tells us are really reflecting what the change in the state law,
State law
correct?
changed in 2012, and we are now conforming our ordinance to meet those requirements.
So there really is not a lot that we can do about this. We're just reflecting what the state has, I guess I could say imposed. But, Mr. Spence, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. As Council President Stivers noted, last year in 2012, the Michigan State Legislature proposed and Governor Snyder did sign into law amendments to the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act to require wireless communication equipment as a permitted use of property, not subject to special use permit. As it was just noted, basically what municipalities were told was under certain circumstances, current existing approved towers or equipment shelters, compounds, there were certain things that were going to be allowed without any kind of approval from the cities at all. Basically, it was a right to do it. It was a permitted use. Those items included increasing the overall height of the legal existing structure to 20 feet or 10% of whatever the original height of the what the pole was, whichever was greater. Also included was an increase in the width of the support structure by the minimum necessary to permit co-location. And then finally, an increase in the total area of existing equipment compound not to exceed 2,500 square feet. So as long as you stayed within those parameters, basically it was a permitted use and needed no approval from the municipality whatsoever. If through the process increases beyond those were required, then we would then look at the special use and then we would go through our normal process based upon our ordinance. Amendments also included revising and adding definitions of support structures, co-locations, and then definitions of an equipment compound and wireless communication equipment. In addition, application requirements were amended. They required that for special land uses, the body or official responsible for approving special land use shall determine if the application is administratively complete and require that decision be made within 14 business days after the body or official receives the application. So basically what that meant was, since the city council has responsibility and is the body or official, quote unquote, that approves special land uses, basically it would fall to the city council to determine whether or not an application would be complete. Once that got before you, you had 14 days to make a determination if it was complete. If you failed to do that within the 14 days, then basically we would look at this particular body would consider the application done and complete. In addition, I'm sorry. So obviously, with regard to that particular item, that was within what the state required. In addition, there were also time limits on approving land uses, such as 60 days for any increases in the height of the poles, support structure, or in the height in the square footage of any equipment compound. And in addition, no more than 90 days for any new support structures. So therefore, if we had a brand new support structure come into the city, and we have not had one of these since 2007, we had mandated 90 days in which to complete the entire process to get that approved. Southfield obviously has our own wireless communication ordinance, so thus the reason that the ordinance was amended for you this evening was to, again, as was noted, to conform with what the state's requirements and the state's mandates are. One of the main items that staff had a lot of discussion on was with regard to the 14-day period to determine if an application is complete. As I noted, right now that rests in the hands of the city council. And I think the question that comes up is that something the council wants to retain, that responsibility? Or if the council would want to designate the city planner be your representative in determining whether or not that application is complete or not. That's basically the state mandates and then what the revisions to the ordinance entail.
Mr. Land?
Yeah. What if we deny that? We don't approve it?
What if you deny what?
The state's idea of their use and everything.
It's part of the act, and we're supposed to follow the MZE Act.
And what if we don't follow it?
Excuse me? Then they automatically get approved without our input.
Lobbying is quite important.
And again, if I may, this is coming down from the federal government, which forced the state to act on it quickly to exempt local review of co-locations and minor modifications. As Mr. Spencer stated, a brand new cell tower would have to come through our process, but we're limited on the amount of time to review it. a special use that exceeds the parameters, so if they were going to increase more than 10% or 20 feet, that would still come through, but we'd have to do it in a compressed time period.
And they're doubling the radiation problem.
Well, that may be. The real issue, the only real issue for discussion is who you designate to review the application, just for completeness, because if the application is not complete, we could send it back to the applicant and our time period just is not triggered. And I think that just the way the council operates on their schedule, it'd be difficult to intake an application and get it to the council, have them vote on it, or at least make a decision on whether the application is complete or not. My suggestion, if we could work cooperatively with legal counsel, the city planner, and the city attorney could be the body that determines if you're designated representative whether or not the application
But
is
it doesn't
complete.
matter, they win in the long run. We have to do
Well,
it.
for example, Mr. Lance, if we determine that they're increasing outside of what is exempted, then we can make them go through the full process. So we are at least providing a second set of eyes to make sure they're not taking advantage of it, and we have a record. So there should be a local approval, at least to examine what they're proposing to make sure it's consistent with the state law or it's not.
Still, in the end, we lose.
Well,
we can't change what they're going to do. We can't change it.
So why don't they come and take the city over?
They might be doing that.
and I could liken this to, if you may recall, 20 or 30 years ago, when people started using satellite dishes, a lot of local regulation on reviewing satellite TV dishes, and then the Federal Communications exempted that from local review. This is a similar type of thing that we had, a year prior to this coming in, we probably had 12 to 15 applications of special use review because there was a lot of co-locations coming through. And we got to have that extra review period and collect those extra fees. And I think many cities were doing the same thing, and they lobbied, quite frankly, to the federal government, which mandated the states adopt that, or they lose federal funding. And that's how it happened so quickly. This was just one of those things that was out of our control, and we just want to make sure our ordinance is up to date with state and federal standards.
Does it make any difference if we correct the ordinance and pass it, what we want?
Well, I would defer that to the city attorney, but...
Whether our ordinance reflects it or not, we cannot ignore state and federal law. So, but on the other hand, there's no point in having an ordinance on the book that on its face is violative of the state law. That the ordinance should be consistent with law. We say, as a city, that we have a charter under the state of Michigan.
They're causing an eminent domain against us. It isn't an eminent domain. Even if we go with them, they're beating the hell out of us.
Well, that may be, but I mean, it's...
Not maybe.
Well,
look at the figures he just gave us.
But these aren't our towers. I mean, I don't know that it's an eminent domain where they're taking over. I mean, these are privately owned towers.
Existing towers, and if I could point out, as Ms. Ward has said, we do have a number of towers that are actually on city property,
And
we have we have more control over those.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but look at the hundreds of towers outside, and all the radiation covering our city. Don't tell me that it's not, it is.
Mr. Percotti.
Yes.
So we can't do anything.
Do we know what the application looks like? Does it spell out for example, if it's a self-standing pole or something, is there standards that we have to check out? In other words, filling out an application, if it's filled out, it's filled out, but is there a site plan or something with it?
Well, that's the key, Mr.
And
Percotti.
that goes along with it, that designates something that fall under your purview or the building?
Well, that's the key. This is for existing poles, so there would be a site plan on file. Then we could verify what the existing height is, and we could compare what they're proposing to see if it meets these requirements. We have certain fall zones that have to be met, or a variance was given, and that gives us at least that opportunity to review the existing file to make sure that they're complying with the state and federal law.
I think it should go to planning department, or city attorney,
Okay, next,
but with the recommendation of council.
we're getting there.
Eliminate the site plan? Pardon? Eliminate the site plan committee?
Yeah,
Why?
you only got 14 days.
But this is on existing poles, this is not new ones.
No, you-
Right, just
no, you-
co-location on existing poles.
No, if I may, there's a 14 days comes into play for special land uses.
Which is very
Well,
tough.
what we discussed with the parameters that we discussed earlier with the height requirements and the width of the structure and up to 2,500 feet for the compound is a given. We have no authority to say yea or nay to it, as long as they meet those parameters.
And it's a permitted use
It
under
is a
state
permitted
law.
use, we have no authority to review or approve those.
But don't you make sure that they fall under the rules
Right.
that are set down by the
Right,
federal
right.
government?
Yeah, so I may have misspoke when I said we don't have the authority to review. We do, to make sure that they meet those parameters.
And that's why we have the ordinance.
Right.
We're gonna get to the 14-day thing, but let me, several people yet want to speak. Ms. Jordan?
I just have a comment. I think this is just an opportunity, based upon the time frame that we have to complete the process, is to designate the city attorney, the city mayor, to handle the approval.
Whether the application is complete, that's all we need.
And this is the.
And again, if I could, if should it trigger special use, then it comes to the council, but we're in a very compressed time period. That's all the difference is.
We might have to have a
All right,
special
Ms.
meeting.
Seymour?
I'm just gonna agree with, I mean, that was not what I was gonna say, that we, let the city attorney and, Ms. Ward and, review the application, because I think they're the two appropriate people to do this.
I feel the same way. So let's go around the table. Yeah, sorry, Myron.
Let's say that they bring in an application that they want to raise the height of the monopole, and they want to raise it 20 feet. And that falls within the parameters of how far they can raise it. But it just so happens that it exceeds the fall zone. Then what?
The wood zone?
The fall zone.
That's a discussion.
That's a really good question.
According to the,
Yes.
it's permitted according to the state law.
Even if it falls outside the fall zone? I mean, if it's,
There's no provision for the fall zone.
Yeah, I agree. There was nothing within the amendments that talked anything about it would have to stay within the fall zone.
And again, typically, we would require engineering structural report for the weight,
Sure.
and so they can add 3 more communication tower antennas, and we have no review over that if they stay within their height limitations.
but it also says, I thought it said in there that it has to meet the engineering design for the additional weight of,
Yeah, we just don't have a chance to review it.
as long as
They meet the standards that the
As long as
original
the
pole
form
was
is-
set for.
Yeah, as long as the form is filled out correctly.
Yeah, right.
So would the form tell you, I mean, the form can be filled out correctly, but would they, who monitors that they do it correctly?
That would be.
Well, that's what we.
That's part of our review.
Right.
And I also, the second thing is, I'm gonna vote yes, that it goes to the planner. But I think we need to have an advisory that it has been done, the council.
Communication.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we know what's going on, but, we don't have any really.
Is there other ways of where it falls?
Yeah.
Well, we need to have
Let them know that we received an application for such and such a site.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. So, I think we have consensus here, but, just to be sure, Ms. Jordan,
Yes.
that we would defer this to the planner? Mr.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a 6-1 consensus. This will come back on June 17th. We will have a public hearing on this that night, and then a vote.
So what are you wasting your time at a public hearing? It's taking 3 days.
It's required.
It's
Changes the zoning
It's required,
Yeah.
that's why.
The people are going to say no, what happens then?
She said no.
They said no, that's
But
right.
you said no, so if you won't say no, there's still nothing we can do about it.
Well, I'll still say no.
What would your alternative be?
Leave it alone, the way it is.
The way it is illegal.
They just,
Be sued?
Then you get to,
Be sued?
yeah, then you get to find out how much the court can
Well,
charge
yeah,
for
under
fines.
federal law,
we'll all go to jail together.
Well, that's why I'm saying yes. You can say no and go to jail.
No, I won't go to jail.
We're saying, who voted no?
They're all just pointing at you.
I will tell them
Thank you,
I
counsel.
voted no.
Okay,
Maybe they'll just fine you.
then, Ms. Ward, Mr. Crowe, Mr. Spence, you have your, all right, let's move on to number 7, proposed exceptions and carport definition. And again, a reminder that this was postponed from an earlier meeting to a date certain, which is June 17th. And this is council's opportunity to have a little more background on this before we go to a public hearing on June 17th. So, Mr. Crowe?
Thank you. What I'm asking the council to consider is allowing certain height, exceptions to height standards for the majority of these items. Currently, the way the ordinance is written, if there's a 55-foot maximum building height standard for a district, that includes the top of a chimney, a spire, a bell tower, or whatever it is. There's no exceptions for architectural embellishments or other rooftop devices. And I wanted to point out that a number of our more iconic historic churches could not be built today because the residential maximum height limitation is 25 feet. And most churches, if you include their spire or bell tower, exceed that, short of them going to the ZBA for a variance. And I think we would agree many of these are iconic historic symbols that help identify us culturally and socially as a community, and we would want to encourage that. The Star Theater's marquee, although that is within the height limitations for that district, marquees of that type may not be permitted in certain districts. And then recently, council approved the new Burger King. We asked them to create... Wendy's. We asked them to create an architectural towers because of Telegraph Road. We got them to build it close to the road, and they were only willing to go. They were only willing to go to the maximum height for that district based on their setbacks, because they said if we have to apply for a variance for the chance to get a waiver, it's time, it's money, and it's the unknown. And we had the opportunity to get something even better than this, but again, our limitations on height are preventing good architectural design as we go through. Burger King, when I misspoke, did not even want to entertain a higher facade, and we don't have any design standards to promote those things other than what we ask for as a recommendation. Here are examples, again, of 3 different churches, and each of these bell towers could not be built today under our current standard height limitation of 25 feet without going in front of a variance. Here's some examples of even ornate chimneys, standard chimneys, and one at the school, again, that would have to fall within the residential maximum height standard. These are clock towers. This is the United Center on 8 Mile, the former Kmart that was revitalized. I believe they had to go in front of the ZBA for a variance. All-Star Interiors, again, received a variance in order to build that a few years ago. These are examples of a historic cupola and a more contemporary cupola, again, that may not be able to be built based on the height standards of their particular district. We found even these elevator shafts on top of the former Holiday Inn, Lawrence Tech dorms on 10 Mile, and even the Mars building would have to fall within the maximum height limitations for those districts. mechanical rooms on top of the roof. Monuments would be regulated to the maximum height of the building in that district. And there's also an exemption for parapet, where we would allow the parapet to go above 5 feet above the roof line if that was the maximum height of the building. And again, these are just some examples of varying roof lines, and again, gives a more architectural design to the buildings instead of having a flat roof. Now, grain elevators and silos, we don't have as many of those because a lot of historic communities along railroads would have a grain elevator. They become iconic symbols. But this, this concrete mixer is located on 8 Mile, and that falls within the height, restrictions. Skylights, we have plenty of examples in new Sarah Chevrolet. This retail complex on Northwestern Highway, and even the library itself. These skylights, again, I think is something that we would want to encourage, but it's discouraged based on our height standards. Why we originally started looking at the ordinance was the DEQ had received an odor complaint for Excel Industries on Telegraph Road. And they said other than that, they've had a pretty good track record of complying with state and federal standards with regards to emissions and other things. These existing towers, smokestacks, are exactly 55 feet in height because that's the maximum height of the district. The DEQ said a simple remedy would be just extending that 10 more feet up. That would disperse the fumes and the odors, and it would not be a problem. But they can't do that without going in front of the ZBA. And there's always concerns by businesses and financing when there's an unknown element to both time and money and going and requesting a variance.
In spite of a hurricane, the hurricane came and threatened that to destroy it?
Well, again, I'm not the building official, but all of these things have to be built to certain tolerances. These are, again, some very simple examples of church spires, both contemporary and historic in nature, that would not be allowed today without getting a variance. And you'll see in the provision there's certain exceptions to height limitations. I have also included some height standards for quasi-public, public, hospitals, and so forth, so that if the district standard was 25 feet, they could go up to 55 feet for the building themselves. So a certain type of governmental and quasi-buildings would have a separate height standard exclusive of the district. And then water towers are another structure that falls under the building height standards for the district. We have an example of Northland Mall's tower. This historic water tower in Novi is looked at mostly affectionately as tying itself to when they designed the Novi Special Racer. And then these are just some recent examples in more dense communities where the water towers are up on the rooftop and they become iconic architectural and historic elements to the neighborhoods. And then the last item is we updated our definition of a private garage because there was an issue with outdoor storage of junk, trash, furniture in these open garages and carports. So we further defined what a garage is, and we do not have any definition of what a carport is. So we have this detail showing the typical carport is part of the overall mid-century modern design. Many of our ranches, especially in the northeast quadrant of the city, are designed with carports. And we have some examples of what these carports look like. They're different than the garages, which many times are set back. A garage is defined as having 4 walls. A carport is designed as having 2 or less walls and are being opened. And based on our standards, storage other than a pleasure vehicle is prohibited in these carports. So basically the intent is to provide an exception to the height standards to encourage architectural diversity and to support
some of the historic standards that we had built prior to these regulations coming into place. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have. Well, Mr. Lance, we're just defining what a carport is so that we can make a difference between what a private garage is as part of enforcement of outside storage. We don't have a definition of carport currently in our zoning ordinance.
When we did the definition for garage a few months back, we specifically said in the definition, a garage is not a carport, but then we do not have a definition of carport, so we're trying to add that now.
Garage is not a carport, but...
Any questions for Mr. Crowe?
Yeah, I just asked if we
Yeah,
have a
Mr. Moore?
proposed definition, if you'd like to.
Yes, a carport...
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
She wanted me to read the definition of a carport.
Oh, okay.
A carport private is a permanent roof structure not exceeding 1 story in height, permanently open on at least 2 sides, designed for or occupied by private passenger motor vehicles. And that should be part of your packet.
So what's the problem?
We don't define it currently in our ordinance.
Huh?
We don't have a definition for carport in our
Or are
ordinance.
you doing it just for the definition?
That's right.
Just to clarify.
That's all we're doing with regard to carports.
Okay.
I think that's a good definition.
All right, any other questions on this? Then this will come up on the 17th of June. Thank you.
That's all of us?
All right, we're moving on to Ms. Banks. Proposed precinct consolidation plan. And this is another efficiency that Ms. Banks, cost efficiency that Ms. Banks wants to council consider and put it.
Oh, you put it on my... Okay, all right.
Good evening, Council. I'm pleased to present to you this evening a proposed precinct consolidation plan. The proposed plan presents a more equal balance of voters per precinct, equating to a cost savings in both personnel and equipment needed. It will reduce the current number of voting precincts from 43 to 36. It will trim the number of polling locations from 19 to 18, reconfigure all voting locations currently with 3 precincts down to 2 voting precincts per location, and also consolidate all the Birmingham and Oak Park districts into 1 location. If you recall, in 1999, we had 50 precincts in the city of Southfield. In 2003, council approved reducing the number of precincts from 50 to 43. We presently have in 2013, we presently have 56,000 registered voters. And we are recommending that we reduce the number of precincts again from 43 down to 36. Some of the objectives in doing this is, number 1, it's going to be cost saving, efficiency, and the consolidating will provide a savings of approximately $25,000 per election. And as we all know, we're doing a lot more with less in the city of Southfield. And just an example with the last presidential election, I believe everyone is aware that we now are using laptop computers in the precincts, which have greatly increased the efficiency. However, last year, my staff, when I say my staff, it was basically Sue Silva, Terry Collins, and myself. We trained over 500 people starting in February through almost November on how to use the laptop program. And I'm sad to say, out of those 500 people that applied, probably less than half we were able to place as precinct workers. A lot of the people did not even know how to use a laptop. They thought we were going to train them how to open it up, how to use a mouse. So we also thought that by reducing the number of precincts, we would be able to pull a larger, more qualified group of people into the precinct. And also, in the consolidation plan, we are able to eliminate one location. Another problem that we've had in previous years, especially in a presidential election, is when the Birmingham and the Oak Park school districts are presently in the same location as the Southfield school district. Having said that, we have to deal with two different ballot styles, and the cost of ballots are very expensive. So in this new consolidated plan, all Birmingham schools are in one district, all Oak Park school districts are in one district, and all Southfield schools are in one district. So we don't have to spend additional money on ballot costs, and we don't have to worry about someone being issued the wrong ballot. Also, we presently have several locations where there are 3 voting precincts. I believe Levy, Thompson, Shano, and there's a few other. And we're proposing to have only 2 precincts at one location. We feel that it's going to be a better flow in and out. And a lot of the consolidation was based on the presidential election. So we're looking at our largest election so we can have the best possible flow in every single precinct. And of course, the smaller elections, it will just be a lot easier to manage. The one location that we are proposing to eliminate is Akiva School. And again, we're proposing to reduce from 19 to 18. To reduce the number of precincts at any one location from 3 to 2, it will cut down on the congestion and provide a better flow on voting days. This is what our old precinct map looked like, and where you see like the green, the pink. Actually, this is Stevenson School, very, very heavy voting precincts. And with 3, on a presidential election with 3 precincts there, it was very difficult to manage. The same over here, Thompson, Shano. Probably Levy was our easiest because it was a very large location. And this is our new proposed map. And as you can see, every location is has just 2 precincts. We worked very, very closely with Oakland County in working and designing our map. It took many months to finally come down to this final proposal. We have our proposed locations all set. And again, the only location we are eliminating is Akiva School. If you look at the historical perspective over 10 years, excuse me, it's interesting to note in the gubernatorial election, our numbers are pretty consistent. In fact, in 2010, we had 28,293 people voting, same as almost in 2002, 28,962. A little bit larger of an increase in 2006. Presidential election, again, you can see the figures are very, very close. And I don't ever anticipate in the city of Southfield going over 44,000 people. We have 56,000 registered voters. To have 44,000 people come out in a presidential election is just, it's a large number of people. And in 2008, that was the largest year, and you could see just a very, very slight increase in 2012. And that increase also is a result of people voting absentee. And that's another reason for this proposed consolidation is that
More and more people are voting absentee. There's legislation out there to allow anyone to apply for an absentee ballot, and I think it's just going to be the way of the future. How do we plan on communicating this to the residents in Southfield? Number one, we're proposing to send letters to the voters in December. And by the way, this proposed recommended plan will not take effect until January 2014. So it will not interfere with our election this year. So we thought right after the election, we will send out letters to all the voters, notify all the homeowners associations in January of the proposed changes. We will be mailing new voting cards to all voters in January of 2014. We will advertise on the website and cable. We will promote in the Southfield newsletter, also in the election newsletter. We hope to have the Southfield Sun and the Eccentric do articles, and then we can also promote this on our Facebook page. The proposed recommended plan was reviewed by the Election Commission on January 22nd, 2013. The Election Commission consists of the city clerk, the city attorney, and the mayor. The Election Commission unanimously approved this proposal, providing that the proposed changes did not take place until January 2014. We are proposing that this item come before council June 17th, and in your packet is a proposed ordinance that we would like, if council approves of this request, to adopt at the June 17th council meeting. Also, future considerations for council. Many jurisdictions in Oakland County have eliminated primary elections. And I guess, is this something that the city of Southfield may want to consider for the future? It's interesting. Of the 30 cities that are in Oakland County, only 7 have a primary election. They've all eliminated that several years ago for cost-saving factors. Of the 7 that are remaining, I actually found this very interesting. A few of the 7 only have a primary if 3 times the number of candidates are on the ballot. So, example, in the race of the clerk, treasurer, and mayor, a primary election would occur if you have 4 or more people running. In the case of council, if there's 4 seats open, a primary election would occur if you have 13 or more people running. So many of those communities never have the primary because they don't have that many people running in the office. So that was another, like I said, interesting observation. Also, the state legislature has moved all school elections to even year November. And if you remember, school elections used to be in May, and then they consolidated and they moved with us, and now they even moved again. Elimination of a primary election is a definite cost savings to the municipality, and I guess, to further explore it, I'd like permission from the council. Is this something that you would like us to explore? If not, that's fine too. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
We have Mr. Moss and Mr. Fraser, then Mr.
Yeah. For the communications plan, could you tell voters in this November election, start telling them at the polls, hey, you're voting here today, but I just want you to know things have changed. You're now in precinct this, and your voting location is this, or do you want to wait until after? Because that's just a group of voters that vote. It would be easier to keep telling them.
It's something that we could consider, but I don't like to mix things, and it also just depends. I mean, it's how many people we have in our office to even run an election.
Yeah.
We can only do so much, and it just takes a lot of work.
Could you also make sure that as the November or August 2014 election comes up, that your workers are trained to have the old map handy and say, well, if you used to vote at this location, you're now voting down the street.
Absolutely. In fact, that might even be something that we could have at the polls.
A
you know,
big map
and-
that say-
Yeah, a big map,
Yeah,
rather than
yeah.
having people advertise. I think that might be
Yeah,
a
big
better
board that says,
idea.
your
Right.
polling location might have changed, here's the old map, find your street, here's the new map, this is where you would vote.
Right.
I would be in favor of you guys in the clerk's office exploring a primary elimination. It makes sense to me.
Thank you.
All right, apparently I didn't seem to see more raise their hands, so,
Fine.
Mr. Fraser.
I concede the floor
if you-
to,
if you would-
I concede the floor to Ms. Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nancy, go back to the one that you said you would mail out notices to all the voters. Let's see that. Letters to the voters.
These are just proposals.
I understand that, but I'm just wondering if you couldn't do the new voting cards and the letters. That's gonna be a cost to mail 48,000 or however many, 25,000. And I'm just wondering if you couldn't do that at the same time.
And we could combine these two. The new voting card could be a combination card and letter.
Yeah.
Also, around this time, Southfielder comes out, so the letter could be put into the Southfielder. I just remember in 2003, when we reduced the number of precincts from 50 to 43, there was concern of, amongst council, please make sure that everyone is aware.
I remember that
So,
discussion, but I'm just saying, there's a duplication there that I'm just saying, consider combining that, because every time you do a mailing of that size, it's a lot of money.
absolutely, and no, we definitely will be cost
Rethink that,
conscious,
yeah.
yes.
That's it.
All right, next we have Mr. Fraser.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One is, how many precinct numbers changed? Do you know?
When you say precinct numbers, do you mean like at Levy, if it was 34, 35, 36?
38, it was 38.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
now 32.
The entire city of Southfield.
Every?
Every precinct changed. The
Okay,
numbers.
so everyone is gonna get a new voting card?
Well, that's correct, because also all the boundaries have changed.
But you could be in the old 3 and still be in the new 3. Yeah.
Well,
and the old
yes,
2 and the
I
new
guess,
2.
I guess, but the location is different.
Oh, okay.
So we were, while you think you might be in the same one, the location is different. So we will just notify everyone in the city, because to try and pick and choose, I don't want to accidentally eliminate anyone.
Yeah, well, I was just trying to save a little more money. Second question is, when you put this all together and you went through the, got the approval, or the recommendations for everybody, did you take into consideration when the precinct delegates are elected?
Absolutely.
When are they elected?
The precinct delegates are elected in the gubernatorial and president, or even years.
In August.
So it would be next year.
Okay,
So that's why we wanted to approve the plan in January, so we could also notify the parties that there has been a change, and they can either increase or decrease when it comes to the precinct delegates.
Okay, because if it was in the middle of it.
No.
Okay, that's it.
All right.
And actually, if this plan is approved by council at your June 17th meeting, we can, notify the parties at that time to let them know. It's just that we're trying to get this done sooner than later, because there's a lot of work at both the city, the county, and the state level with the qualified voter file, the street index, and just updating everything.
Okay, Mr. Perkowski.
Yeah, Nancy, where does 9 and 10 vote?
9 and 10 will be voting, I believe that's at Thompson, that's at Chano.
Okay.
And
Go back to where you were.
Here?
9, people who live in 9 are very upset in that they can see Vandenberg from their window, and they have to get in a car, go all the way down Greenfield Road and vote. And they find that is, where you have people who don't drive,
Right.
and they can even walk to Vandenberg. And that has been, boy, that's been something loud and clear, and that's why we're not getting much of a turnout at 9. Look at your turnout at 9, you won't
Well,
see too many people.
And if you
showing
look,
up.
it's, the old 10
Yeah.
is now the 9.
Yeah.
But in this
Well, you
particular,
changed it, they never did vote down there, they always voted at Vandenberg. Long time, history.
well, and maybe that was prior to 2003. I don't know, but this is a very large voting precinct. In fact, it's probably one of our largest, so to even try to move anyone there, we have
make
to...
that so big?
Well,
There's nothing there.
Well,
There's all those big lots on Edward Street, and then you got a few...
Everything was based on the numbers and the actual people that went out to vote during the
The
presidential
other question I
election.
had, how can you have 56,000 registered voters, you only have 73,000 people in the city?
How can we have?
It doesn't make sense, really. I'd like to see what the census is. No, because you've got people who don't vote, and children, high schoolers, college kids not in town. I mean, that's you're talking about 56, 72, isn't that many? Yeah, it was.
You think that's not a lot of voters?
Well, I think it is too many registered voters for the amount of people that are here.
80% of
Well,
people in town are registered to vote.
What?
80% of people in town are registered to vote.
Yeah.
And at one point, we were up to 64,000. We've really cleaned
I got four,
our record.
That's old enough, you know what I mean? So-
The voting records are connected to the driver's license, so unless someone changes their driver's license, it comes through the state system. We are connected directly to the Secretary of State's office.
But if somebody dies, you don't take them off the voting record.
Yeah, absolutely. We get a notification from the state of Michigan that someone has passed away.
How quickly?
How quickly? Within 30 days.
All right.
Yes.
Didn't used to be there.
And we literally, in Southfield, we have 200 people moving in and 200 people moving out probably every week.
I had all those people at Holy Sepulchre used to vote for me.
No, we've never got that in Southfield.
Twice. In and out.
Is that it, Mr. Frazier?
I said, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Lamb?
Yeah, did I see something about the voting in even years? Did you have something there?
Well,
In even years, about eliminating the odd years?
the question was, is council interested in looking at possibly eliminating the primary elections in the odd years? In the even years, you're mandated to have both a primary and a general, because it's either a gubernatorial or a presidential election.
How about council?
Well, council can direct us to research whether they would like to eliminate primary elections in future years. That would be up to you.
When would the general election be?
November.
Still in November?
Yes, still November.
Should we just clarify that to eliminate the odd-year primaries would be a charter amendment?
Charter amendment.
It's not just the council saying it's done.
Right.
You could initiate it to put it on the ballot, but it is a charter amendment.
Or to increase it, to 3 times the number.
Yeah,
That would
if you do it that way, that'd be a charter amendment.
That would also be a charter amendment, so yes. And again, that's up to council if they're interested. If they're not interested, that's fine also.
Mr. Lamb, is that it? All right, Ms. Jordan?
I didn't hear, I'm not sure if Jeremy indicated it or not. Is there any reason this couldn't take place this year? Because it would give people with a governor's race next year, there's going to be a larger voter turnout next year, and people having to go to a new polling location. To me, it's more confusing for it to be the next year's election as opposed to the smaller city election this year.
I believe when we reviewed this with the Election Commission, they felt that I'm trying to remember why. Originally we had recommended possibly doing it this year, but it was suggested that we do it in January instead, right after the election, and we do everything we can to advertise. I don't remember exactly why, to be honest with you.
I would just say, council, why not do it this year, to give it 2 years to really soak into people's change?
And I think as we didn't know at that time, there wouldn't be a primary.
Yes, and that's another thing. We didn't know if there was going to be a primary election. And then this is just it looks easy, but it's a massive undertaking.
Do you think there's time?
This took us several months to even get down to this time. And is there time? I'm not even sure if we could do it with, I'm not sure if we could do it right now, by November. I don't think there's enough time to properly notify the people, get the plan in place, put the street index together. I don't think we could do it for this year.
All right, any other questions? Okay.
I would say that the other items that would take a charter review, charter commission.
All right, let me separate that, okay? We'll do it in a two-parter, all right? First of all, we're good for putting this on the 17th agenda. Everybody?
Yep.
All right. Then, the question the clerk has asked us, can she investigate doing away with the primary or changing the number in the primary, knowing that it is a charter amendment, as our attorney tells us, or warned us. So, Ms. Jordan?
And I'm going to say no, because I think there are other items in the charter that needs to be looked at. So if we're going to do it, it needs to be a full-fledged change as opposed to just dealing with this much.
All right. Mr. Fraser?
I don't have any problem.
That's a yes.
I agree with Jordan that we should not consider the charter amendment at this time.
Mr.
But that's a no.
Okay. All right. Mr. McCarthy?
I have no problem with either one of them, to be honest with you. I think that they've really gone deep into it, and I understand what Councilwoman Jordan is talking about, and she's absolutely right, that we should, there are things in the charter that should be changed, and, but, that takes a lot of time to do all that.
We haven't had a charter review for over 10 years.
Yeah, so I'd say just go ahead with this, and you always can change it back.
Well, really the question Ms. Banks is asking tonight is permission to investigate. That's all she's asking.
If council's interested. If you're not interested, it's okay. We have plenty of work to do in the clerk's office.
Oh, yes.
I would say yes as well. So you have 4 yeses.
Okay.
That doesn't mean we're in support, but coming with support back.
Is this something that you would want possibly approved for this year, or no, just in the future?
Future.
I don't think you'd have time to
No.
get it on.
Okay, well, I'm
You can't do this.
Right, yeah.
You aren't going to do the
You'll
other.
never get it up to the evening.
It's also a reason why we need more help in the legal.
Right.
Okay, if we're going to do these areas as it relates to the election, why not explore the other areas in the charter as it relates to the election? Don't do a hodgepodge. Such as one of the issues is when the mayor runs for an office, it's not a municipal election, they don't have to give up their seat. When a council person runs for election, they have to give up their seat.
Unless they're running for their own seat. Yeah, right.
I mean, that has to do with election, so why not look at all of those pieces?
I don't think Paul gave up his seat.
I thought it was
right.
No, not a council person.
Can't run for the city office.
Oh, a city office.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So change it.
Unless it's your own
Unless
office
it's your
that you're
own office.
you're seeking re-election.
It has to, I think it should be the same.
It's going to take a lot more work.
But I mean, it still has to do with.
Yeah, maybe we need to postpone this until we...
Wait a minute.
I
I could run for county commissioner.
Right.
And I don't have to give up my seat.
Right,
Right.
because it's not a municipal, another municipal office.
If you ran
So if the
for
mayor
treasurer-
ran for I'm not defending anything.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
the mayor ran for
County commissioner.
county commissioner, or
She doesn't have
lieutenant,
to give up
don't
her
have to give her
seat.
seat.
Correct.
Right.
So this treated the same.
No, it's not treated the same.
Why is it?
Because
So if you're running for mayor, you would have to.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's in the
Right, yeah.
charter
If
now.
a city council person ran for mayor, they have to give up their city council position.
Yeah.
Right.
I can't imagine a mayor running for council.
But, no, but there may be a council person that may want to run for mayor. And they
Oh,
would have-
well,
and they would-
that's already taken
and they-
care of.
They would have
But-
to give up their seat. Right.
Yeah.
Or what if a council person wanted to run for treasurer? Right. They'd have to give up their council seat.
Okay, all right.
Right. So you're just saying, is running for, what's the difference of running for a city
office
versus
or
another
another
one?
office.
Yeah.
It should be.
Right, it's that, running for another office, not a city office, is not prohibited. You don't have to give up your
There's
seat.
a gold bond.
Yeah, I don't think you should have to give it up, period.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think you should, you can, exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
I think we're, okay.
That even if you ran for another city office, you shouldn't have to give up your city.
I agree with that.
And that would be a charter
That's a charter.
provision. Right.
So I'd like the exploration of that.
Well, then you have to go back in history as to why
Yeah.
we.
I live in the
it
now.
got I know, that's right.
But there's a
There's
good
a gold
reason for
bond,
that.
though.
There's a good reason for that. If you're in the middle of your term and you run for, let's say you're a council person, and you run for mayor, and you win, then that leaves an opening, puts the council in a position where they have to appoint somebody.
But if you ran for mayor in the middle of your term, and you would have to give up your seat anyways, and it would create an opening. Even if you didn't win.
Well, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just repeat, there was a situation in the past, and that's why we got the charter.
Yeah.
Because it was out of here.
Right, and it was wasn't really reflective of what should have been done. Basically,
It was just a reaction to what happened.
Maybe what we need to do is, at some point down the road, stop and think, do we need to appoint another charter commission, like we, or
To look at.
committee, not
Right.
a commission, a committee,
Mhm.
another charter committee, like we did the last time, to take a look at things. Yeah.
We talked about that in boards and commissions meeting, talking about, we should have a charter, not a commission, but a cleanup for potential proposals. So not just a charter review, or a new charter, but actual, just proposals that need to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
This is something that Jack Barrett put a lot of time into.
And every year for about 5 years, he brings
Right.
forth
Right.
another
3 or 4,
group,
yeah.
and yeah, right,
Right.
right.
It
I'm
was very
saying if we're
time
gonna
consuming.
explore this, we might as well take the time. to
So,
explore this.
I would say yes to add the elimination of a primary to a grander conversation about a whole charter discussion in general. So I'm agreeing more with what Ms. Jordan had originally talked about. But I still support an exploration of this.
Well, I'll agree to the charter review if we beef up the staff and legal department. Okay, all right, we've exhausted,
I was just gonna say, call the market
Yeah,
person.
yeah,
Okay, thank you, council. Yes.
Good while you're ahead.
We're now at the point in our agenda for communication.
You what?
We're at communication.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never around.
All right.
That'd be
We can have your attention, please. All right, the first person who is requested to speak is Pamela Gerald. Is Pamela Gerald here? Let the record show that Ms. Gerald was not in attendance. The second person who is asked to address council is Michelle Spranger. Michelle Spranger, are you here? Please proceed to the podium. And I don't know if you are aware of our procedures, but you need to state your name and address for the record, as well as you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Starting now?
So if you are ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
My name is Michelle Springer. My address is 23061 in Southfield. I'm a current resident of Southfield for nearly 13 years. I'm a former volunteer at Almost Home Animal Rescue League that operates out of Southfield Shelter. And I'm here today to ask you for your help with some solutions to some problems that are happening at their operation. Other former volunteers and employees had intended on speaking tonight, but they told me Almost Home has been intimidating everyone by firing employees, banning volunteers from the shelter, and threatening to file defamation lawsuits against anyone who speaks out. Some of those people are here today. Some have sent their remarks to me to turn over to you on their behalf, and others have also signed a petition so that their voices can be heard, hopefully without retaliation. While volunteering or working for Almost Home, many have tried to improve their organization but have been ignored, pushed away, or fired. This was my first time volunteering for an animal rescue, and I was so proud to have a no-kill shelter right here in my hometown. But as I got more involved and learned more about animal rescue and shelter practices, I realized some things just weren't quite right. I believe part of the original intent of the city contracting Almost Home was to provide a much-needed service to the residents and domestic animals of Southfield. However, I've been told Almost Home daily turns away residents who find stray animals within the city limits. Before I was a volunteer, I personally was turned away in 2010 when I rescued a stray mama cat and her 5 kittens from my neighbor's shed. Just a few months ago, my neighbor John Carter was also turned away after he rescued a stray emaciated dog. I've been told by former volunteer coordinator Colleen Worthen and former kennel manager Lisa McBee that Almost Home also turns away Southfield residents who try to surrender their family pets to the shelter. Even though their outgoing voicemail message says they, and I quote, are not taking any animals at this particular time, end quote. Despite being overcrowded, for years, Almost Home has been sending a volunteer, Debbie Zaloni, to Ohio once a week to bring back highly adoptable small breed and purebred dogs from other shelters to help fund their operations. These dogs are usually small in size, but sometimes they bring medium and large-sized dogs too. Lisa and Debbie both told me these Ohio dogs are brought into the shelter on Thursday, vetted at the shelter on Friday, and many times immediately brought to adoption events that same weekend. In the world of animal rescue, I'm told this is called dog flipping. Although the dogs have health certificates before crossing the state line, Lisa, Debbie, and others have told me that some of these dogs have fleas, ticks, worms, infections, kennel cough, and other issues, but the dogs are not quarantined for the industry standard of 7 to 14 days or fecal tested, potentially exposing dangerous viruses to the entire kennel and to pets belonging to the general public. Additionally, I know firsthand some of these dogs are not spayed or neutered, but that doesn't stop Almost Home from adopting them out, potentially adding to the homeless pet population. While this practice is not illegal, responsible animal rescues have their animals altered before they are adopted out. Almost Home's hours are not convenient for the residents of Southfield who work during the day. According to their own website and Facebook page, they are open to the public from noon until 5 during the week and from 1:30 till 5:30 on Saturday. They are closed to the public on Sunday. It seems to me that Almost Home does not see the importance of a rehabilitation or kennel enrichment program. Volunteers, trainers, and other animal rescuers like Detroit Bully Corps, Better Life Canine Center, and TLC Training have offered to train the Almost Home staff on how to properly handle and work with the dogs, but Almost Home has continually refused everyone's help. I even offered to pay for the rehabilitation of a dog named Oscar, who is afraid of strangers. But I was told there were others in line ahead of him, and he would have to wait. It's been a year and a half since I made that offer, and Oscar is still waiting. Over the past month, I have contacted the Mayor's Office, Deputy City Attorney Ms. Ward, and Animal Warden Bob White about what I and others have experienced at Almost Home, but I've been informed that what ultimately happens at the shelter is up to you, the City Council. However, Almost Home has tried to scare me and others away from bringing our complaints to you by saying, and I quote Almost Home Board member Leonard Schwartz, who is in this room, "Many of your recommendations or suggestions or complaints will result in many more dogs being euthanized. If Almost Home's relationship with the city is severed, the dogs will go to Oakland County, where I would anticipate 70% of the dogs that come from Southfield will be euthanized. Is Almost Home better than nothing? I believe the residents of Southfield deserve better than nothing.
Your time is up. Thank you. Next, asking to be recognized is Hillary Farrell. She is in attendance.
Move the podium a little bit more centered. You moved it over earlier. Easier to see.
Pardon my 5 minutes?
No.
No.
Hope not.
Okay, my name is Hillary Herring.
All right.
Should I state my address
Start.
also? 23552 Noel Drive, 4075, if that matters. And I have to tell you, this is my first experience being at City Council meeting for Southfield, and I'm amazed at the amount of work that everyone does. I'm also very grateful for the fact that you're giving us an opportunity to talk about something that we're so very passionate about. The reason why I am so terrified and nervous right now is because I have a very vested interest in the dogs and cats that are at almost homes. I have a dog that I adopted from there that gets compliments every single place that we go, and I have to say that I feel saddened by things that I have experienced, and this is my own opinion, my own experiences, that I am almost inclined to share with people when they say, where did you get your dog from? I want to get my dog from an animal shelter also, that I almost want to refer them to a different shelter. I want to spend all my time at the shelter volunteering. I give money that I don't even have out of my pockets because I believe in these dogs and I know that they need a voice, that they can't speak for themselves, obviously. And I believe that the city of Southfield deserves, all of the residents deserve a place that is properly run, and just on my experience and how I am treated, have been treated as a volunteer, is I don't feel that I am appreciated. And I have friends that I have developed friendships with for the past several months, for the past year, that for whatever reason don't believe in their practices and don't want to go back, or have been asked not to return, or have been fired. And I'm so saddened by that, because these are people who absolutely love the dogs and cats that have been at that shelter for as long as they have. So that's really all that I have to say. And again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you taking the time out to listen to us tonight. This is something that is so incredibly important to us, and if nothing else, to just come by and visit and see these animals, and you will immediately see for yourselves why we're so passionate about what we're talking about tonight.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Herring. Next, we have Colleen Worthen.
She wasn't able to make it.
Is she here?
No.
Does the record show that Ms. Worthen is not in attendance? Is there, at this point, we're at the end of our agenda. Is there any other items to come before council?
Mr. President, I mentioned my comments about going for a millage, road bond millage, or whatever the manner in which we attack the situation. So I'd like to get in November so that if it goes to a vote, because the time element on these roads, it has to be addressed pretty darn quick. And we really don't have the money to do even maintenance on these roads this year. And I just think that it'd be negligent on our part if we don't address this situation. I think it's very serious.
I agree with you, the seriousness. We would have to have a study session on this, and I had heard some talk, but I don't know what the finance committee regarding special assessment. I think some consideration or discussion was held on special assessment.
Mr. Shred invited a bonding council in. I think they were going to report back to us. Is that correct?
Yeah. In fact, there were a couple of articles about special assessments this week in papers. The financial advisor is going to give some insight into special assessment versus millage, how it would work, and whether it can work, whether it's practical to take on major road projects that are special assessments. I think that's the,
You know, the estimate is like $100 million that we have to have, make an impact. And, you know, when you listen to the state and what they're talking about, you know, it's in the multi-billion dollars, $1 trillion in their situation. Bridges are falling down. I just don't think that we can sit back and let our city go to pot. I really don't. It's just gonna get worse. I know, I had both maintenance programs in my subdivision, and even with that, this year, because of this last winter, our roads in that square mile were between Winchester and 12 hours just blowing up.
You know, we put a lot of money in the 90s into blacktopping those neighborhoods that have blacktop, and a lot of them are at the end of their life. I know we did that slurry stuff on some of the streets this summer. We're beyond doing that. I would agree with you.
You know, the other thing
We've got an infrastructure crisis.
And I mentioned this before, when Mr. Orlowski brought the water for the John Grace area. Somehow we have to have better engineering and better inspections on our roads. Because, you know, even 9 Mile Road where they put the bridge down there between Beach and Inkster, you know, that road is not that old and it's already marbling and breaking up on the edges. And, you know, these roads at least should be 20 years, you know, this is just, something's wrong. You know, we ran into it Franklin Road, we ran into it Inkster, and I think what really, if we really look at it, we can trace it back to you know, people not following through on the inspections, the borings and things like that, kind of soil. And no sense even doing it if we're not going to do it right.
Well, look at Edward Street. The condition of the blacktop prior to all of the water main, 5 years, I think.
But I'd like to have at least some consensus to look at it.
I will discuss this with Mr. Charette about a future study session.
For the green wall, it's got to be done all the time.
we had originally, I think, we were to come back the first week of July, with the SAD and all of that research, so.
All right, I've duly recorded it. Mr. Moss, you were next.
Yeah, well, we're talking about marketing of the city.
I understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. While we're talking about marketing of the city, I sent an email to Mr. Charette and to our council president. Mojo in the Morning, which is a leading radio station at Channel 955, probably kind of like the hip, cool radio station in the morning. They were doing a thing where all throughout the summer they were going to spend one Friday in a different part of Metro Detroit. And people could submit their own cities or could submit their own townships. So I think the first thing that they did was end of May, they did Harrison Township. And I listened for a little bit of it. They had the township supervisor on the radio giving out a key to the township. They had local businesses promoted, you know, whatever pizza place, you know, had a whole thing on, they had a whole segment on their pizza, and they were eating their pizza to determine which was best. So I said that we should explore, you know, obviously submitting our city, and that would be kind of, we could make a whole city day out of it. So I sent the link over to Mr. Charette, but I wanted to let...
My understanding is it's in process, but let me...
Okay, so I think, you know, I don't know if an outside resident submitted Harrison Township, but it would give some weight if the council decided, hey, we want to submit ourselves and promote ourselves for a day on the radio station. So I think that's and we wouldn't have to spend $500,000 to do it.
$5.
Exactly.
$5 is good.
That's pretty good. So, you know, so the one thing that they did have on the application form is think of a place in your city where you would want to kind of have this place. So maybe if we pick our brains, we could think of a place and submit an application and see if we can all be radio stars. Sid, I think, would do well on the radio.
Maybe project an LPU on it.
Exactly. So that's food for thought.
Ms. Jordan.
I just wanted to give clarification of the referral to our city attorney on almost home. What are we going to do?
Well, you know, The contract with Almost Home originated in 2006. And in essence, it does a couple of things. At the time that we entered into the contract, we were spending about $100,000 and dealing with animal control issues. So we would have our police officers, and they would take them over to the shelter. It was just a drop-off. So they dropped them off, put some food in the cage, left them there, or we would have a private entity come and trap them and take them. Then we would have a contractor drive them all the way out to MHS in Westland, and they would hold them for the statutory period, and then their euthanasia numbers were pretty high. Ultimately, most of those animals got euthanized, and then we got a bill from Michigan Humane Society. So when you total all those costs up, it was running us almost $100,000 a year. So when Almost Home came in and said, hey, we're a no-kill, and that was something that council was interested in at the time. It was a very progressive kind of philosophy about dealing with animals and strays and so forth. Not only are we no-kill, but we'll take your shelter, and we will take every dog, or generally dogs, some cats as well, but we'll take everything you present to us. All you got to do is drop it off, and you're pretty much done with it. We'll shelter it, we keep it for the statutory period. If nobody claims it, it becomes ours, and then we adopt it out. So for almost 7 years now, that's been the arrangement that we had. And, you know, you got, the numbers are tremendous in terms of, in 7 years, how many animals have been taken in there. And
That we took in.
that we, you know, now we got Bob White, so we're taking in more dogs than ever, because he's out there aggressively doing his job, and people are calling, and so they're getting all these animals taken over there, and they either return to the owner. Right, a lot of abandoned dogs, they get calls and saying there's a dog locked in this abandoned house. So someone walks out, closes the door, and leaves the animal in there. So ultimately, we'll get a search warrant, we go in, we get the dog, we take them over there, and in essence, we're done with it. Now, there's always a capacity issue, because that was never designed to be a true rescue facility. It was a holding kind of point. It's always over capacity. You know, they're regulated, the shelter is regulated by the Department of Agriculture with the state. They're inspected by it, and they have to, but we know that they're perpetually overcrowded because we keep taking. I mean, it's one thing if you had a shelter and you would decide, hey, I'm full, I'm not taking anymore. Well, we keep bringing them, and they have to keep taking them under our contract with us. So it's always been a difficult transaction for them because we do keep taking them, and they only have so much square footage. You know, we've talked over the years about, you know, they would like to try to do a capital campaign, raise some money, you know, enlarge the shelter. Back in the day, we would have liked to have participated in that, and there's just no money. So, I mean, are there dogs that, you know, probably have been there for a while? Yep. You know, and you get to this philosophy, is it better that they are in the shelter for a year, but ultimately they get adopted out, and now they have another 5 years of life? There is a different philosophy in rescue, and I think we see a lot of that. I don't know what the right answer is, but I do know that Almost Home spends a lot of money on medical, and I think the speaker should acknowledge that, you know, they spend a lot of money. They do rehab dogs. Are they rehabbing them, you know, after 2 weeks? Are they sending them to rehab? Probably not. It's always a cost thing. You know, they do a lot of fundraising. They bring money in. But I'll tell you, I've done a lot of research. Oakland County has the same issue because there's kind of a spectrum of what volunteers and people in rescue believe. You know, some believe that we try to do the greater good, and so maybe some animals do get euthanized. I mean, Dearborn Animal Shelter is a great example of that. They do a great job, a phenomenal job, but they do make those difficult decisions. Almost Home is pure no-kill. They do not euthanize an animal. And if they have to keep it 2 years, and they do send them out, and they pay for rehabilitation, and they take them way up north for boot camp, and they pay for that, they do that. So I don't know if there's a perfect solution to this. All I can say is that after 6 years, all of these animals are still alive because of their efforts. Because if we go back to our way of doing things, I think the euthanasia rate at the humane side was 70 to 80%. So that's where we are. I mean, we believed in it when we started it, and honestly, they get the difficult dogs too. You know, they do. there's a lot of pit bulls, there's a lot of
Yeah,
difficult
when I
dogs.
went through, I saw
Right.
more pit bulls than
Right.
anything
And so
else.
they will tell you, they do go down, and they're not deceiving anyone, and the contract provides it. If they have room, they are able to go get other dogs and bring them there and house them there. And so the philosophy is if we go get some of the cute dogs, when we have an adoption event, people now come out because there's more to choose from. If you know all there is pit bulls, you're not going to get the kind of attendance and participation at those adoption events. So they want a wide array of different types of dogs. So I don't know what the answer is. I think that, you know, what they've done is really phenomenal. Is it 100% perfect? Probably not. Probably not. But I would say this, I've never heard of a dog being neglected, not fed, not spent thousands of dollars for medical care. Any dog that comes in with heartworm, they spend thousands of dollars to treat the heartworm to save the animal. A lot of shelters wouldn't do that.
I think the important thing here is we've been through this before.
We have.
And it's no disrespect
Yeah.
to anyone. There are different philosophies, as you've said, and we're in a partnership with Almost Home that is working.
It's like I say, if you value it in terms of what the savings are to the city, it works. If you value it in terms of those animals that are still alive, that probably wouldn't have been under the old formula, then it's a success as well. So I guess it does depend on your philosophy and how you measure it.
What is the issue?
Well,
the
issue is that
hearing all
They have a
these.
no-kill,
I know.
and a dog locked in
No,
a
but I don't
cage
hear
for
that
a
on the
year.
table. I don't hear
Right.
that on the table. I
Right.
hear
That is-
that people are
That's the
not
issue.
happy with the situation there. The volunteers are unhappy, and the employees are not happy.
Well, they did bring in a new,
And
they did.
so I didn't know that if
Oh.
they brought in.
Yeah, they did bring in a new operations manager, and that individual tried to run it more like a business, to set rules and policies.
They euthanize the dogs?
No,
Right.
just to run it
So
more
they
like,
still-
right.
All
And
right.
so, you know, that meant some volunteers
Yeah.
had to go and some weren't happy, and so that caused some strife when a new boss kind of came in. But I do think that that's exactly right, Ms. Jordan. It's the philosophy that maybe, is it fair to a dog to be in a cage for a year, but if it gets adopted out a year and one day and it lives another 5 years, I don't know, honestly. And I think there is that
Well, what
philosophical
happens
debate.
under this new regime?
They're gonna hold it. They will hold it. I mean,
No, are
Mr.
you-
Schwartz will tell you, they'll hold it, they'll rehab
When you say
it.
the new regime-
No, just a minute,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Let me clarify.
They've
my
hired
own head.
an operations manager, but he
That's
works
what-
for them.
Okay.
He works for them.
Okay.
So it's not really a new regime. It was just a person maybe with more of a business kind of background that tried to run it in terms of, you know, we gotta have some rules, we gotta have some procedures here, and so I think that did meet with some resistance, so.
There is one thing that the speaker said, and that's the only issue that I have that I feel that I need to address, and that is, it's either right or wrong, that one of the speakers said that they turn people away.
Mhm.
And if they turn people, as one of my favorite city administrators says,
Mhm.
everybody has an opinion, but there's only one set of facts.
True.
And if they turn people away, that violates the contract.
Yeah, and I did talk to Mr. Schwartz about that, and I think there have been instances where if somebody's trying to surrender their dog because they lost their job and they can't feed it, well, they'll try to dissuade you from doing that and say, you know, what if we help you out with some food? Because ultimately, they'd rather that the animal stay with the owner. They hate for
It
someone.
sounds like social work.
Well.
They don't want to break up families.
Well, I mean, again, this philosophy of so has that happened? It probably has, where they didn't take a surrender, and I think that's something that they have to recognize they do have to do under the contract.
Yeah, but one of the things is, they came to us
Mm-hmm.
a number of years ago.
Yes.
They know what size the building was. They
Yeah.
looked at it. They
Yeah.
knew what size the building was. They know what their philosophy is.
Yep.
We wrote a contract.
Yep.
Both parties signed a contract. As far as I'm concerned, the contract is still void, still.
Agreed. We've been operating, but I would say the one thing that I don't think anybody anticipated, and I didn't, and I don't think Jack did either, is that a lot of the dogs that they get are the difficult dogs. If it was, somewhere, I don't know, and it's just all the kind of cute dogs being picked up, it certainly would be a lot easier to adopt. So they've got these dogs that are the difficult dogs to adopt, and I never really anticipated the number of those type of dogs coming in, but it's the reality. But you're right, they knew the square footage,
Going on what
and they knew the
Myron said,
contract.
when they're turned away, is it because they're at capacity?
Yeah, that's an issue.
Or is it because that breed?
No,
Many
it's
of them
capacity, it's capacity.
But that isn't,
You're right, and believe me, I think he will agree, we've had these spirited discussions, the contract says this. And so we've tried to come up with a secondary plan, the county does provide some services out there. So we are trying to work around those issues because space is always an issue.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, I don't know if I can follow that. But I told you that I really didn't want to speak. There were a couple of things said here tonight that I really have to because I've been accused of breaking the law. But let me address the question that was raised by Mr. Fraser. When we took the shelter over, we looked at a whole bunch of records, and we felt we could do it based on those records, how many were coming in. What we didn't count on was that about 2 years later, the economy would go south. And the number of dogs that were going to come in was even greater than we ever anticipated. So we had that problem. As far as people surrendering dogs, we try to encourage them, as Sue said, to keep the dog and help them if we can. Need shots, we'll give them shots. But if we can't, or we think that this owner maybe there's a little something wrong there too, we will take the dog. But if we are too crowded, we may say, hold on to the dog. We'll put your dog online and even try to get it adopted for you. In a few days, check with us again. We may have room. Things change all the time. It's not that we have a policy of not taking dogs. Besides, I love pit bulls. But the couple of things that were said tonight that bothered me more than usual. One, I've been accused of threatening him. No. The only one I've communicated with is Ms. Spranger, because she goes online. She's, forgive me, I wish she had stayed. I would call her a cyber terrorist. She gets these threads going, she says terrible things about him, about us, mostly untrue. And how do you stop them? You go back online and say, oh no? No, you get 10 more if you do that. It's impossible. Nobody has the time to deal with that. So, this was going on for quite some time. I never saw anybody as tenacious as these people. And I've offered to sit down and talk to them. I've got emails, acres of them, where I've said, you have a problem, let's talk about it. But they never respond to that. Just go online a little bit more. So finally, very recently, I wrote to Michelle, and I looked at a lot of the stuff that she had sent, and I didn't stop. I said, I am demanding a retraction pursuant to the statute. It's the only thing she's going to understand. That's the only time I ever did anything like that. And yes, I've got an email from her. Anyway, there's no way of stopping them other than ultimately maybe suing her. I don't really want to, but can't make it go away. They said things. Michelle, she's right. She never worked at a shelter before. She not only doesn't know anything about a shelter, she doesn't know anything about the law on shelters. Dogs from out of the state must be, under the law, checked out by a vet in that state from which it is being taken. Complete check. And we have to get a certificate of its history. That goes into their file. Has there been a slip-up once in a while? Very rarely, but I imagine it has been. Nobody's perfect. But so they've been vetted before they even get here. That's number one. They are seen, if they're still at the shelter, because we put them online even before they come in. And they are very adoptable dogs. Many of them have already been, we've got applications to adopt them or to foster them. So they may spend one night in the shelter. They are seen by our vet. We know more about the dogs from Ohio than we know about the dogs that are brought into us by the police. So, I mean, we quarantine dogs as soon as we see symptoms, but those are our dogs, the ones that were brought to us by the police. We were told that we don't spay or neuter, and we were told it's not against the law. It is against the law. The law says we must spay and neuter every animal, with a couple of exceptions. The animal is too young, the animal has health problems, there's a great demand for getting that dog adopted right then and there, and we don't have time to set up an appointment. But we are also, such a hope. We are also required under law to take a deposit from those people. We generally make an arrangement with one of our own vets, take him home, as soon as he's over 6 months of age, you bring him to one of our vets, we'll get you rescue prices, spay and neuter. She doesn't know anything about the law. She says, I guess, well, it is what she is suggesting. We are told, I threatened that the dogs would be euthanized. You know, you can take anything you want out of context. One of her demands, if you've been to the shelter, you see that there, in the kennel area, there are a number of kennels around the outside of the area. There's a large space in the center. That space is occupied by crates that have been approved by the Department of Agriculture. They make a thing out of, well, they shouldn't be in crates. They're not in crates all day, number one. They are outside. They are walked, 2, maybe 3 times a day. They're out in the backyard. Yeah, would it be better if they were in somebody's home? If they were, their little teensy-weensy dog, and, I'm sorry. I wasn't going to speak, and I'm just as passionate as they are, obviously. So, anyway, one of the demands she had made, or one of the suggestions she had made, was get rid of the crates in the middle. Well, where are you going to put the dogs there? You got even less space now to put the dogs. What's going to happen to those dogs? Well, they'll go out to Oakland County. And our kind of dog, I will bet that 70% of them will get euthanized out of Oakland County. That's what I told them. I said, you got to think ahead. If you get what you're wishing for, what happens? Yeah, but now it's characterized as me threatening her, or, what have you.
Mr. Schwartz, I think, we've talked about this a little bit, and we support the partnership. We support the no-kill. Honestly, I've heard from these people this round and the last round, and it's a philosophical difference. And we're not, I don't believe the council is prepared to tell you to do things differently than you're doing. But I think that communication is always a key, and maybe you need to educate some of your volunteers better on what the law is, and also on what's the appeal process if they see something that they disagree with at the shelter or they question. That could go a long way, so that we want a smooth operation over there, and we want what's best for the animals. And you've had a vote of confidence, you and the staff, for years. So those are some suggestions that we would make.
I appreciate that. And again, I've always offered, I can show you emails, but this happens like every couple of years. You can ask any shelter operator. Volunteers are finally burn out. They think they can run it better than you, even though they have no idea what it takes to run one. Right. Thank you very much, and I apologize for taking that time.
Is there any other matter to come before council this evening?
I did
Yes,
want to...
Mr. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Ms. Seymour has something.
What did you say?
I just wanted to say that before this, when we first knew this was coming up, I must have had 40 to 50 emails in support from volunteers in support of almost one. I've been out there. I've gone by the shelter many, many times, and I always see somebody walking dogs. So they're not crazy all day long, and I see, the lady that runs it from time to time at different, places where she's got a, adoption base, and all of these animals look extremely well cared for. It is a philosophical difference, but they have a tough job. They do get overcrowded because they have to take so many dogs and send them. So, there's no perfect solution without tons of money and tons of everything always being perfect, and that's, we don't have that opportunity. No one does. So, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I thought Mr. Ford handled it. So, Mr. Freeze.
Yeah, this is to our attorney. There's some talk about changing the fireworks.
Yes.
Should we
I'm watching it. It has not been passed through both houses, the House and Senate, but my understanding is, as soon as it is, I would bring it back here, and because the proposal says now that even during the days, the holidays where you were once precluded from regulating, between the hours of maybe 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. or something, now you could regulate. So I would certainly bring it back in front of you in case you wanted to do that. We could do an emergency ordinance and still try to get it. I just don't know what the time, I suppose maybe we could talk to the lobbyist on that and see whether that thing is supposed to come through. Yeah, I
We
know
have
that.
a tentative meeting with him, the legislative committee on June 24th, I think, June 25th? June 25th, so I could put that on the agenda.
The only
But
thing
that's
is,
pretty
it's
late.
gonna be late.
Yeah.
If it's coming down,
I'll give the jingle.
okay, if it's coming down, we could do it as an emergency ordinance and have it in place for July 4th.
Because I've already seen these
Oh, yeah.
packing crates that
Oh,
they're,
yeah.
they're setting them up already.
Right, but I am watching it.
Okay.
All right, is there any other matter to come before council? If not, we are